welcome as only Bahamians can deliver. A short agenda to start the visit gives way to a full day ahead. On water and on land, the best of Bahamian hospitality awaits the future king while showcasing Bahamian talent, pride, and culture. This is day 2 of the royal visit.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
For as long as we've been a country, these islands have been a favorite for royalty. And for as long as the royals have adored us as a people, we've always been hospitable and gracious hosts. From a colony to a nation, now on the cusp of its golden anniversary, these shores have celebrated royal visits with class and dignity that is wholly Bahamian. As Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth celebrates her platinum anniversary on the throne, the islands of the Bahamas welcomes the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge on this, their first visit to the country. Our coverage starts Thursday, March 24th at 4 p.m. and continues through their departure Saturday, March 26th. The ZNS Network, your home for the royal visit. William and Kate.
Bahamas is a very beautiful place. We have sandy beaches and clear waters. We have a lot of tourists coming here. We like to dance and make music.
The Bahamas is a chain of islands surrounded by water. It is about 60 miles from Florida.
We live on Andros Island.
One of the most beautiful treasures we have in the Bahamas is a coral reef. Some people call it the jewel of the Bahamas.
A coral reef is a massive limestone formation which is built up by millions of little tiny creatures called polyps, which are related to the jellyfish family. I'm Nicholas Nuttall. I founded BREEF, the Bahamas Reef Environment Educational Foundation. People talk about the coral reefs as being the rainforests of the ocean, like a huge bank of trees with all sorts of things living in and off them. Coral reefs are abundant in the Bahamas, or were, up until a few years ago. We have the third longest coral reef in the world.
In In the past 20 years, a lot of the coral reef have died.
The coral reefs are endangered because some people throw trash, chemicals, oil, gasoline in the water. Makes me feel bad because the Bahamas depends on the coral reefs for our tourism.
The danger of the coral reefs are in, I'm afraid, comes from humans. Overfishing is the most immediate cause, and then the global warming, which is caused by excess use of energy, which makes the water warmer, and it's a stress which the coral can't stand. A healthy piece of coral has a dimpled look on it. The colors are either blue or various sorts of orange and yellow. The dead coral is white or brownish and usually covered in weed. It's not a pretty sight.
If you look at the reef now compared to what it was in 1973, it's a vast difference. My name is Peter Douglas. I'm a dive master here at Small Hope Bay Lodge. In some places, it looks like a war zone. And, you know, we're just sitting here praying, my God, how long can something as delicate as this take this kind of shock? And this has not only happened here, but it's happened globally. Places like the Maldives are like gone, Florida Keys, gone. And we're just sitting here, what can we do to educate and help our young people save this for the next generations?
Now you look out there, eh? You notice how nice and white that water goes out, and then you see the dark areas? The dark areas, turtle grass, and the brown areas, the algae. Now slow down, now you're on these rocks, and there's a lot of living stuff on the rock. You don't want to crush all the little snails.
But what can we do is start by just cleaning up our environment, being sensitive to what we are using, where we're putting it. You know, the planet might be 2/3 water, but that doesn't mean it's a big place to dump.
At our school, we clean up the mangroves and the coral reefs, and we pick up all the dirty trash and all the bottles and other garbages there. It helps the baby fishes to live their life.
The swampy wetlands and mangroves are places where people are inclined to go dumping garbage. The kids and the grown-ups are joining in at about 60 different sites which are being cleaned and restored. They can turn this thing around. It can recover. It could be brought round.
Once we go in, we're gonna swim as a group. Ready? Are you excited?
This is not only a Bahamian problem or an Androsian problem. This is a problem for everybody in the world, and especially our neighbors next door in America, because we are one of the big nursery areas for marine life. And, you know, a fish that is born and spawned in the Bahamas could end up someplace off the coast of New York.
I believe the coral reef will survive because more people will know about it, not to trash it, and not to throw all the kind of chemicals and stuff in it.
By keeping the swamp clean, keeping the water clean, I think it will survive.
It's going to be okay because the children of the Bahamas is going to protect it.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the Communications Section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! I want you to understand something. Your children's education is very important. Don't pay no mind to this COVID-19 pandemic. Your children still gotta have their education. You hear me? The Ministry of Education still got their virtual school going on, you know. The reason I'm talking to you about this is because more than 8,000 Bahamian children ain't never log on to classes from March 2020. That's a long time for children to be without their education, you know. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. Now, the ministry needs you to ensure that your children log on and stay on. You know, plenty other children getting their education, you know, they logging on and they staying on. Where your children is? What happened to them? You need help? Call the school. Call the teacher. They just waiting to help you. So make sure the child register. They log on and stay on. And check on them every so often, man. And make sure they ain't skylocking or sleeping. And one more thing, just make sure you ain't up and down past them children in your morning clothes with your cocktail. You see, they gotta log on for attendance and in order to do their school work so that they could graduate with the Bahamas National High School Diploma. Our Bahamas need every child to live up to their potential. And parents, it starts with you.
This public service announcement was brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel. This public service announcement is brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Log on and stay on. As parents, we will not always be present while our children engage in online learning. Ensure that your child is getting the most from the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training's learning management system. Here are some tips to help you establish your child's online learning routine. Number 1, designate a workspace to reduce distraction. The bed is not recommended. Number 2, each morning ensure your child is alert and devices are ready to log on. Number 3, periodically check in on your child by calling, texting, or FaceTiming to ensure that they are participating in their online classes. Number 4, communicate with your child's teachers to stay updated on your child's progress and online attendance. Number 5, remember, it takes a village to raise a child, so you can create a WhatsApp or other social media group with parents to share relevant information pertaining to your child's online education. Education is important. Log on and stay on. This public service announcement was brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Public service announcement is brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel. Log on and stay on. As parents, we will not always be present while our children engage in online learning. Ensure that your child is getting the most from the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training's learning management system. Here are some tips to help you establish your child's online learning routine. Number 1, designate a workspace to reduce distraction. The bed is not recommended. Number 2, each morning ensure your child is alert and devices are ready to log on. Number 3, periodically check in on your child by calling, texting, or FaceTiming to ensure that they are participating in their online classes. Number 4, communicate with your child's teachers to stay updated on your child's progress and online attendance. Number 5, remember, it takes a village to raise a child, so you can create a WhatsApp or other social media group with parents to share relevant information pertaining to your child's online education. Education is important. Log on and stay on. This public service announcement was brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel. Public service announcement is brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel.
Hey, Shelly, what you saying, gal? I see you in a minute. Yeah, I good. Give me 1 minute, let me take this call. Hello? Listen here, y'all need to stay from out that yard here and hurry up and clean the house before I get back. Goodbye. Sorry about that, gal.
Man, the gal last year children you talking to? Why, they in Richwood School. It's 11:45 in the morning. What happened? They ain't get no class today?
Shelly, one thing, but you always up in people's business. Listen now, I'm fortunate like you. I can't afford one device, let alone 3. Then the internet is be in and out and things. They ain't dead. They don't learn nothing on them computer, no way. The ministry need to open school back up face to face.
Girl, if you wasn't bigger than me, I would have cut your behind. First of all, I don't have it no better than you. The difference is, I can do what I need to do to make sure my children get their education. You think I rich? Girl, carry yourself and go to that school and tell them the children need their device. And internet off and on, that ain't no excuse. You know how much place around here the church and thing will let you use their space? And girl, stop talking fool, because I know you got family who the children could go by. Ain't nobody tell me that. I know that. Miss, get serious here before you ruin your children's life.
Shelly, like I say, you always up in people's business. But anyway, okay.
This public service announcement was brought to you by the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training in conjunction with this channel.
Hey y'all, what's up?
Hey, what's that?
What y'all getting?
Listen, I've been waiting to wash down some lobster, yeah?
Hi, I'm Matthew. I will be you guys waited today. Can I take your order?
Oh, I've been jonesing for some grouper dread.
Y'all see this?
See, this ain't gonna work.
Where the fish gone, though?
But how, though?
Don't leave our children with no fish in their future. Protect our sea. Protect our way of life. Protect the Bahamas. To learn how you can help, find us on Facebook at Bahamas Protected. See the future.
Hepatitis is the inflammation of the liver, which is the organ responsible for filtering toxins from the body, producing bile for digestion, and producing proteins and clotting factors. The most important cause of hepatitis worldwide is viruses, of which there are 5 main types: A, B, C, D, and E. Hepatitis B and C are major health challenges globally, affecting over 300 million persons worldwide. The suspicion of hepatitis may be a challenge, as there are typically no symptoms. However, if infected, non-specific symptoms may include decreased appetite, nausea, vague abdominal discomfort, jaundice or yellow eyes, and abnormal liver function tests. If not treated, hepatitis of any type can lead to cirrhosis and liver cancer, which leads to over 1 million deaths worldwide. If you suspect you may have been exposed to the virus that causes hepatitis, talk to your doctor today and get tested.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the Public Hospitals Authority in conjunction with the Medical Association of the Bahamas and the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas.
For as long as we've been a country, these islands have been a favorite for royalty. And for as long as the royals have adored us as a people, we've always been hospitable and gracious hosts. From a colony to a nation, now on the cusp of its golden anniversary, these shores have celebrated royal visits with class and dignity that is wholly Bahamian. As Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth celebrates her platinum anniversary on the throne, the islands of the Bahamas welcomes the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge on this, their first visit to the country. Our coverage starts Thursday, March 24th at 4 p.m. and continues through their departure Saturday, March 26th. The ZNS Network, your home for the royal visit. William and Kate.
Colon cancer is the 3rd most common cancer affecting Bahamians. Your risk of developing colon cancer is increased if you have a personal history of colorectal cancer or colon polyps, a family history of colon cancer, or inflammatory bowel diseases such as ulcerative colitis. Other factors that can increase your risk of developing colon cancer are low fiber, high fat diets, a sedentary lifestyle, obesity, smoking, and alcohol. You can take steps to reduce your risk of colon cancer by making specific lifestyle changes. Eat a variety of fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. These foods contain fiber, minerals, vitamins, and antioxidants, which may play a role in cancer prevention. Drink alcohol in moderation or not at all. Do not smoke. Exercise with a goal of getting in at least 30 minutes each day. If you've been inactive, start slowly and gradually build up to 30 minutes. Also, talk to your doctor before starting any exercise program. Maintain a healthy weight. If you're at a healthy weight, maintain it by combining a well-balanced diet with daily exercise. If you need to lose weight, ask your doctor about healthy ways to achieve your goal. Colon cancer screening can also help to prevent colon cancer or lead to its early detection when treatment is most effective. If you're 45 years or older, speak to your doctor about having a colonoscopy or some form of colon cancer screening that may be appropriate for you. I'm Dr. Eugene Marcus Cooper. Pay attention to your health. Get the facts and discuss colon cancer with your physician today.
This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in partnership with the Public Hospitals Authority.
The Bahamas. Natural, pristine. The Lucayan Indians were the first to settle here and flourished because of their rich marine resources. Delightful to behold, recounts Columbus when he discovered these islands. And some of them remain in this pristine state today, as sanctuaries for the species that make their homes here, and havens where visitors and communities may derive a unique quality of life, and accessing places of unparalleled scenic beauty. Thanks to a group of concerned citizens, the Bahamas National Trust was formed and established through an act of Parliament, thereby preserving the natural beauty of these islands. It all started in the early 1950s on the island of Great Inagua, when two brothers, Jimmy and Sam Nixon, showed a visiting conservationist the island's dwindling population of flamingos. When they started, there were only 5,000 birds left. With the support of conservationists, the brothers helped form the Society for the Protection of Flamingos and eventually the Inagua National Park. The first national park to be created was the Exuma Land and Sea Park. The Exumas are a yachtsman's paradise. In the 1980s, citizens became concerned about the park's declining marine resources due to uncontrolled fishing. Since enforcing a no-take policy in 1986, the Bahamas National Trust has seen the fisheries come back. And now it's once again a haven for divers, yachtsmen, and visitors from all over the world. However, more pressure is being placed on these marine resources. As fish stocks dwindle in other parts of the Bahamas, protecting the marine resources from poachers within the park is important so they can breed and restock the ocean. More More than 3/4 of the Bahamas population live on New Providence Island, making it the most densely populated island in the wider Caribbean region. The Bahamas National Trust is undertaking an ambitious campaign to expand its facilities and the parks on New Providence. Eric Carey, the Trust's executive director, explains.
Our goal is to develop these parks into places where Bahamians can bring their families to enjoy nature. We want to provide Bahamians the opportunity to take their families bird watching, kayaking along boardwalks at Harlan Wilson's Pond and Bonefish Pond National Parks and witness the unique nature of the Bahamian natural environment.
One success is that the Bahamas National Trust began a nature program for Bahamas youth called the Discovery Club.
One of the most important values that I've learned from being in the Discovery Club is that it's our responsibility to take care of the environment and that we must take steps to help and protect it.
Conservationists have worked with the Bahamas government to create 25 national parks covering over 700,000 acres of land and sea. These parks span from Walker's Key, Grand Bahama, Abaco, New Providence, Andros, Exumas, Conception Island, Crooked Island, and Little and Great Inagua. While the government of the Bahamas provides considerable funding support for the national park system, the Trust still needs additional funds to acquire more patrol boats, develop better facilities, create educational programs, and hire additional staff. The Bahamas National Trust must depend mainly on private donations to continue protecting these national treasures. If you wish to see these pristine parks treated with the respect and protection they deserve for your children and their children, then please support the Bahamas National Trust.
You're watching the ZNS Network, the People's Station.
First day of the last leg of the Queen's Jubilee anniversary has passed. The Bahamas, delivering a welcome as only Bahamians can deliver. A short agenda to start the visit gives way to a full day ahead. On water and on land, the best of Bahamian hospitality awaits the future king, while showcasing Bahamian talent, pride, and culture. This is day 2 of the royal visit.
Good morning and welcome to our live coverage of day 2 of the royal visit. After a warm Bahamian welcome yesterday and a courtesy call on the Prime Minister, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, William and Kate, will take part in activities today which will allow them to deepen their connection with the Bahamian people and our culture. The first event on the agenda, a visit to Sybil Strawn Primary School, where they will meet some of the nation's youth and enjoy the sounds of the Government High School Band. That event gets underway at 9:50 a.m. and at 10:45 a.m. they will visit the Garden of Remembrance, where they will pay tribute to healthcare workers who have given outstanding service during the COVID-19 pandemic. That will be followed by a Junkanoo experience in Rawson Square. At 1 p.m., the royal couple will take to the seas, participating in the Queen's Jubilee Regatta. And tonight, they will attend the Governor General's reception at the Bahamas Resort. And we will bring you all of these events live. Well, just before 4:30 p.m., the Royals, yesterday that is, the Royals Voyager aircraft touched down at Lynden Pindling Airport, where they were met by the Governor General and high-ranking members of the government. The Consort Catherine was greeted with a bouquet of flowers by 8-year-old Anaya Moss of Xavier's Lower School. Then they inspected the guard before receiving a salute and riding off in the sunset in electric cars. Next stop, the office of the Prime Minister, where their courtesy call lasted about 30 minutes. Well, just a reminder about the road closures and traffic diversions for today's royal activities. Again, Bay Street between Charlotte and East Streets, Parliament Street between East Hill and Bay Streets, and Bank Lane between Shirley and Bay Streets will be closed to vehicular traffic. There will be no parking available between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Bay and Parliament Streets on Friday. Between 5 a.m. and 1 p.m., traffic traveling east on Bay Street will be diverted north on Navy Lion Road, east on the wharf to East Street, south on Frederick Street, and on Bank Lane. Well, now to introduce you to our guest. Our first guest was with us yesterday, Serena William, Public Relations Specialist. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Julian.
What do you think about yesterday's events?
Pretty good. Everything seemed to go according to plan. I thought everything looked very spectacular, very Bahamian. All the men in their beautiful uniforms, neatly pressed, standing to attention. It was quite theatrical. I loved it, and I felt very proud to be living in the Bahamas.
That's wonderful. Good. And today, the real full day of activities.
Yes, how exciting. As you know, I strongly believe that Kate will win the sail race. But I'm not sure what's going to happen the rest of the day. I'm not sure if they're going to be putting on any kind of Junkanoo costumes, but I know there'll be great music, and I'll have to hang on to the table so I don't start dancing. I'm a big fan of Junkanoo.
But you know, as Bahamians, we're a really wonderful host. You notice how the weather is this morning?
Yes, a little bit of rain. Yes.
Have to make sure the Royals are comfortable.
Yeah. Well, you're right.
Let them feel like they're home.
Exactly, and it brightened up the foliage, and I don't know if they've got a Union Jack umbrella, but we should make sure we give them a Bahamian one to take home.
Great. Well, we know that Sybil Strawn is the first item on the agenda today.
Yes.
And they will, as we said before, be speaking to young people who are at that school, but also students from around the country will participate virtually on that as well. And we have a little sort of report on that from our Keishla Adderley. She has more right now.
Lovely.
It's Friday, March 24th, and Elliot Ferdinand and Jasmine Moss, head boy and head girl of the Sybil Strawn Primary School, are about to have an experience of a lifetime. Jasmine Moss's mother was one of the first to find out that she would meet William and Kate close up.
She was excited. She would not stop talking about it.
And after today, Sybil Strawn Primary School will be the talk of the town.
You look great. Oh, wow. I thought it was always blessed and highly favored.
Principal Glendina Mills says after a trying 2 years, everyone could use a change of pace.
If you look around our campus, you'll see that construction has taken place. And so with that came the renewed feeling of more hope. Not that we didn't have hope, but more hope. And now being placed on the world stage, we're absolutely elated.
Head boy Elliot will be introducing the Minister of Education during a special assembly. He's preparing every day to get it just right.
I feel kind of nervous, and I feel honored at the same time, because not every day everybody gets to see the Duchess and Duke.
assembly will include a tree planting ceremony and preparation of a time capsule to capture the moment Jasmine has been dreaming about.
I'd be honored, and I'd bring good name to my family, and they'd be proud of me. I've always wanted to meet royals, but I've seen it in movies, but I've never thought I'd actually get to meet them in real life.
Even Principal Mills has jitters, but is happy for the opportunity to put her school on the map.
Even as I am right now speaking to you about it. And of course, like I said, just excited to have Sybil Strawn Primary School in the limelight, reintroducing, because whenever I say the name Sybil Strawn Primary, I have to always say the former Carmichael Primary. So now we're hoping when persons hear the name Sybil Strawn Primary School, not only do they connect us with the visit of royalty, but excellence in academics, because that is where we're striving to.
Before the Duke and Duchess leave Sybil Strawn, they'll talk one-on-one with teachers and students. So how will head boy Elliot react to that?
I'll probably just play it cool, so I would try to not be nervous.
Now, coming up on your screens, you will see very soon a live shot at Sybil Strawn Primary School on Carmichael Road, where they're getting ready for the Duke and Duchess to arrive. They're scheduled to be there at 9:50, which is just 11 minutes from now. And as we saw from the actual report, the head boy and head girl, they're really quite excited.
Well, the whole school must be excited. Everybody polished their shoes this morning and did their hair nicely. And of course, this is very traditional. Every visiting dignitary around the world, when they go to a country, always go to, which school are we going to? Because it's a great photo opportunity. The children get excited, and it's just a warm and fuzzy moment.
Absolutely. Classic clips around the world.
Yes, yes.
Good. So the Government High School Band will also be participating there. When this event gets up live, we will go to our Shoshana Royal Farquharson,
yes,
who is on the ground there to give full coverage.
Oh, lovely.
But we also know that several other schools,
yes,
will participate in this event virtually.
That's a very good
idea. The whole
idea
is to bring the whole
yes,
school-age community into the process, into the excitement of this activity.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And as we said before, these are young royals, relatively young. So they can serve as good role models for everyone.
Well, let's hope so. That's what we need these days.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is the last leg of their three-country trip. Yep. And we hope to make it the best one.
Yeah.
We are going to take a quick break, and after that, we have another special guest whom we're sure you'll love to hear from. Stay with us.
Is brought to you by the Bahama Out Island Promotion Board. To fly free to the Family Islands. Visit bahamasresidents.com for details. Visit William and Kate is brought to you by J.S. Johnson. Peace of mind.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
J.S. Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
RBC RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
Welcome back. Well, it was regarded as one of the weddings of the century, and Bahamians got up in the wee hours of the mornings, eyes glued to their tellies, to actually watch the wedding of Charles and Diana, the parents of Prince William. Well, our next special guest had a front row seat there to view those nuptials, and you may remember her as a young girl who was part of the bridal party. Well, India Hicks has made the Bahamas for the past 20 years at least, if not more. She is a philanthropist, and we're happy to have her here with us today.
Having me. Wonderful to be here.
Wonderful. Listen, first of all, please explain your association with the royal family.
Well, my mother was Prince Philip's first cousin. So the Queen, of course, is related to Prince Philip. So my mother is a second cousin to the Queen. And I'm very lucky to have the Prince of Wales as a godfather.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Great. And you were in that wedding.
I was.
How excited were you as a young girl then?
Well, I think, you know, I've been very lucky to have been around the family quite a bit and have been on that palace balcony a few times before during the Trooping of the Colour and other family occasions. So when I was asked, I don't think I really took on board the magnitude of that event. You didn't realise that over 1 billion people would be watching on television. And afterwards, reflecting back, it was an amazing historical wedding to have been a part of, probably one of the most famous for all sorts of reasons, for the terrible, dramatic events that followed, because of the untimely and dreaded death of the Princess of Wales, because of the 1980s fashion moment, because it was a fairy tale wedding at that time. Everybody was watching, everybody was hoping. So for all of those reasons, it just combined to be this extraordinary event.
And of course, since the Prince of Wales is your godfather, I'm sure you remember quite well the birth of William.
I do. And again, it's amazing how quickly time passes to think that I've lived my life here for 26 years already. I think it's, you know, it's very interesting to see the generations of the monarchy, particularly now in the modern age, as we're seeing how important it is that they do modernise, because the world is crying out for that. And I think the British monarchy are doing that very, very well, very effectively. The reduction of the royal family down to a very small nuclear cell, the hard work that they're putting in, other members of the royal family are now picking up certain duties. So I think they're doing it well. I think also that we see in Catherine a real, as you said earlier, role model. You know, she gets everything just right, and it's a very, very difficult balance. She gives us just enough insight into her as a mother, just enough insight into the work that she does, just enough insight into the fashion that she wears, which of course a lot of people are fascinated by.
Absolutely.
And all of that. But at the heart of it is that this couple work very, very hard. And I think people forget what it takes every day to live your life like that. It's not all glamorous palaces. It's a lot of hard work. And he is born into that role. He had no choice at all. So he has to take on that role every single day. There's no chance of getting away from it.
Wow. But they also seem very genuine, sincere.
Very. I think you're absolutely right, yes. And very modern, which is the word we keep coming back to. They send their children to normal schools. She picks them up like a normal mum. She attends their school concerts like a normal mum. So they're finding, again, that balance. We're not quite a bicycling monarchy yet, but we're close to making it feel that it's working.
Amazing. So your thoughts now, because the Bahamas has been your home for more than 20 years. You must be excited that they're here on their first official visit.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's so fantastic that in fact you're closing the royal tour. I think that feels very special. My mother was a lady in waiting to the Queen, and she was with the Queen during that Commonwealth tour in 1952. So I have a lot of insight into how a Commonwealth tour works and runs. This is much more reduced, obviously, for all the obvious reasons. We don't have a monarch on the ground, but we have a very good representative. And I think the Bahamas is, all the things that we've seen is going to absolutely, as you say, show the very best of the Bahamas. I also am a huge Junkanoo fan.
Now, you are really a fascinating person in your own right. You've been a fashion model. You are a philanthropist. Tell us a little bit about your life and how you became to how the Bahamas became to be your home.
I grew up going on holidays to Windermere Island on Eleuthera. My father designed a very unusual home. It's called Savannah, and it's been designed like an Egyptian mausoleum, but he very much incorporated the sensibility of the Bahamas in it because it's made from the golden sands of Windermere Island mixed with a rendering of shells. So it's a remarkable house. So I grew up going there, and then by circumstances I re-met and fell in love not only with Harbour Island itself, but also with a man who had been living there, and he was a friend of my sister's, and he was managing a small boutique hotel there. And we met and fell in love, and I became pregnant very quickly. And I said, let's take it one day at a time, and 26 years later, we're still there. We have 5 children, one of whom is Bahamian. His mother died of breast cancer when he was 12, but he'd been in our lives since he was 2. So we're very lucky to have this incredibly, a very intimate experience of the Bahamas from every possible level, and particularly as a mother, I have a Bahamian child that makes me very proud.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. We're going to talk a little bit more about your work and the current things you're doing that are helping out the people of Ukraine. We'll speak a little bit about that, but right now we have to go to Sybil Strawn School on Carmichael Road, where Shoshana Roll Farquharson is standing by. Shoshana.
That's right, Julian. It is day 2 of the royal visit, and the first stop is here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School, where a lot of the international guests are already arriving. We are seeing where the principals, the teachers, the students, including the teachers of the year from different schools are already coming in, and unfortunately we have been experiencing some downpours of rain. But I can assure you, Julian, that that will not stop the hard work that the students, the teachers, and the administrative staff here at Sybil Strawn Primary School have worked so hard for. In just a few minutes, when the Duke and the Duchess arrive, they will get to see Bahamian talent at its finest, and that talent is coming from our very own students. And so what does this program today look like? Well, let me tell you. Firstly, as the Duke and Duchess enter, they will first be greeted by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers. They will come in and they will see a huge billboard welcoming them. They will also be greeted by the sounds of the Government High School pop band. Now, once they are seated, they will be welcomed through a video montage by students from Grand Bahama, Bimini, Cat Island, Inagua, and Andros. A beautiful welcome, and what is so amazing is that the organizers of this program has ensured that students throughout the Bahamas are a part of this very special program. Now, from there, what we will also see is, here is the Minister of Education, who will then introduce and bring an address. She will introduce the Duchess. The Duchess will then give a presentation for about 3 minutes, and she will also have an opportunity to speak with the teachers. She will speak with the students, as well as a tree planting ceremony is scheduled for sometime today, this morning, within this 40-minute compact program. What we also have for you today is a very special student. This 10th grade student of C.R. Walker, she entered the competition, the Platinum Jubilee competition. It was an art competition, and she actually won the competition, and she will be presenting her portrait to the Duchess later on today. And her name is Kaylee Demerick. She's with us, and she's just going to tell us a little bit about what that feels like. First of all, what made you decide to enter into this competition?
I've never entered an art competition before, and I wanted to see how it would turn out.
And what was it like when you found out that you would actually won the competition?
I was excited and very surprised because it was my first time painting a portrait, and I didn't know how it would have turned out.
Tell us a little bit about the portrait.
I used It was really nice because I experimented with different colors, and it was about the Queen. So I didn't know what I was going to do with it, and it came out really good.
It is absolutely beautiful. I had an opportunity to see that portrait. Again, you will be presenting this portrait to the Duchess. How does that feel? Of course, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity that most of us will never get to experience. How does that feel to you?
Very exhilarating, because it's a very good opportunity for me to do so. And it's my first time that I'm done doing it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Kaylee. Once again, she will present that portrait to the Duchess. The Duchess will also have an opportunity to speak with the teachers here. And again, students from throughout the Bahamas will have an opportunity to tune into this program via Zoom. They're also taking part. A lot of hard work really went into putting together this 1-hour program for the Duke and Duchess. Again, they will have an opportunity to experience our culture. Yesterday, they went from the airport. They met with the Prime Minister at the office of the Prime Minister. And now today, it is all about the children. This morning, they will experience our culture through the eyes of our children. And I am told that they are so excited. They're excited to have an opportunity to meet a prince. A lot of the little girls and the young guys are excited about meeting the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. And we know that it is a compact program, and it is one that the children, as well as the Duke and Duchess, are all looking forward to seeing. Back to you, Julian.
Thank you, Shoshina. And of course, we'll come back to you as soon as those ceremonies begin. If we can bring you in right now, Serena, and your thoughts about it. Can you imagine being that young and the anticipation?
Well, they must be on tenterhooks, I should think. I'm looking forward to seeing the actual portrait. And I'm wondering how big it is. And is it of the Duchess, did she say, or it's of the Queen?
I think it may actually have both of them in there.
Oh, that would be marvelous.
I'm not sure yet.
And you know, is it a watercolor? Is it a sketch? Is it acrylics? All those things we need to know. Lots of colors, she said. It's got lots of colors, so that would be nice.
I see it last night. Jamal Rowe, the artist, actually had a portrait for the royals, which was
well,
really
he
quite
would. That's his thing, isn't it? Our celebrity cartoonist. Is he a cartoonist, or what do we call him?
He's not a cartoonist, no.
Not anymore. No, he's a portrait artist, yes.
And India Hicks, of course, the Duke and Duchess have young kids of their own. I'm sure the kids must be excited to hear how young kids in different parts of the world, how their lives are and how they go to school and what their experiences are like.
Well, that's absolutely the point, isn't it? It's a Commonwealth tour. And I think that we mustn't forget that that is about bringing different nations together so we can learn from one another and support one another. This isn't to impose any ideas on anybody. It is to learn. And so I'm sure part of the schedule is very much that. I mean, the two countries they've already been to and today being here, they will take away lots of thoughts and ideas of how life is run. That is how we're going to be better as a world altogether.
Absolutely. And the thing is, obviously a lot of countries now are moving away from the monarchy, but still remaining within the Commonwealth. And they understand how important that is to keep everyone in the Commonwealth together, to work together.
Well, I think if you go back to the Queen's speech as a very, very young Queen, when she dedicates her life to the service of the Commonwealth, and if you listen to those words and you hear her voice, and we can now see 70 years on that she has done absolutely that, I think you feel an understanding of what the Commonwealth is all about, that together we're so much greater than we are apart. Absolutely,
Serena, if you will come in now, because we mentioned that very point yesterday about how the Queen made this commitment and really has, surpassed everyone's expectation.
Yes, she's been true to her statement from her coronation throne, and excuse me, she has lived a life of service, there's no doubt about it. And I mean, the royal family is known for charitable events. I mean, every day of their life, they are somewhere doing some sort of charitable event, whether fundraising or funding research into certain situations. So that is what they do every day of their life, all of them.
Has that inspired you and influenced you as a British person?
Well, we've grown up with a...
I'm talking about this charitable aspect.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've grown up knowing that. And it's why Britain is such a great giver. And there are lots of charitable organizations, and they're all well-funded, and people are always having street parties and little bring and buy sales to raise funds for something. So I think it did permeate through the population.
Absolutely. And of course, India, you are doing some amazing things right now. You've just come back from Poland, I believe.
That's right,
Wow.
a day or so ago. I was out there. I work with a disaster relief agency called Global Empowerment Mission, and interestingly, it was after the Hurricane Dorian here in the Bahamas. I was on Harbour Island, and it was extraordinary to me that only 70 miles away, 2 neighbouring islands was devastated. So I wanted to get very involved. Really because I felt that I had a voice and a social media following where I could raise awareness for what was happening in the Bahamas, because events like this come and go very quickly, and it's a flash when people pay attention and then they move on to the next thing. But the Bahamas needed to regrow those 2 islands substantially. So I got involved with Global Empowerment Mission, and I've now worked my way up from sitting on the advisory board to sitting on the executive board, and as that role got more and more involved, once they started to mobilize to go out to Poland, I said, would I be of help there? And the founder of the organization, Michael Capone, is an extraordinary man, said, absolutely, please come, because you will again bring awareness of what's happening to the situation. But I also don't want to just bring awareness. I actually want to be boots on the ground and be doing things. So we did. We went to several different shelters. We brought aid. We went out to an orphanage. We were on the front line. We saw those people coming across the border. So it was really assessing where the needs were. And then the Global Empowerment Mission is now accumulating huge amounts of aid coming in from the civilized world, which they're able to then distribute, but also in partnership. It's a networking. So if there's a smaller agency in England who don't know how to get their aid distributed, it comes into Global Empowerment, they will get it across the border into the Ukraine. There is so much aid in Poland and Slovakia and the neighboring countries, Hungary, etc. They need to get it into the Ukraine. Very dangerous, very difficult. Global Empowerment, again, partner with Green Berets in operations who are experienced in doing that. So it's very, very vital people understand their aid is getting across the border and in there. But they were very effective here in the Bahamas as well, and they said, we're not coming in just for the immediate relief after the disaster of the hurricane. We're going to rebuild towns. So Cooperstown, for example, out in Abaco, they rebuild it, and they rebuild the school, and they rebuilt the school so it became a hurricane shelter and a community centre as well. So really thinking forward as to how to make that work.
At this point, I'll bring it up because we have to remember that really, the Brits were the first ones on the ground in Abaco, thanks to Sarah Dixon, the High Commissioner.
Yes.
We had an RAF naval ships.
Yes.
Well, not RAF, but Royal Navy ships.
Royal Navy ship.
And they did phenomenal work.
Yeah.
Phenomenal work. It's really amazing. But I must ask you this, because we've seen the images of Ukraine and from Poland. But really, when you're there and you see it, what really is that like?
Yeah.
It's, you know, and it's, one feels one shouldn't even talk about oneself. It's not about me, it's about them. But actually, the roller coaster of emotion I wasn't expecting, because I have done some disaster relief before, so I thought I would be numbed from it. But I wasn't at all, and there would be moments in the day where something would just catch you and it would be overwhelming. I think it's just the fact that these people, you know, a month ago we're going to the movies, we're having dinner with friends, we're walking in beautiful gardens, we're going to school, and now they're walking across the border from war into peace, carrying the only things that they could possibly take with them. And so many of them had animals, beloved pets, which of course, I think actually in times of need probably work more like security blankets. They're very emotional support animals. And one says, goodness, would you take your animal, would you take your belongings? But most would bring their animals. And it's shocking to think that one man can displace a country of 44 million people. One man. So I think whatever the view is, one has to really get back to what are we doing to each other as mankind still. But I think you get a lot of hope, and your faith in humanity is restored when you see the generosity of so many. Poland as a country opening its arms and taking in over 3 million refugees so far is amazing. And here in the Bahamas we saw a lot of goodwill after the hurricane, really amazing acts of selfless kindness.
And really, it's wonderful work you're doing, just to be there, really. Well, the events at Sybil Strawn will soon start, and one of the highlights of it will be the Government High School Band. Listen to this feature report.
go by the name Blue Ivy, and in their class, they're pop band royalty. They may clown around as teens do, but more often than not, playing produces sounds like this classic they're preparing to perform for the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. They didn't have to pull strings to get this gig. Their instructor, Yonel Justilian, says they've learned to stay in tune and always ready.
We appreciate us being called upon because, you know, we all teach kids here and even in Bahamas All Stars to always be ready, be prepared, be professional at what we do.
By the time the visit takes place, this band of brothers and sisters would have put in scores of lunchtime breaks, building melodies and camaraderie.
The pop band is like a family. Everyone looks out for each other. We all make sure everyone gets the music. We understand the songs. I personally feel it as I had a great time.
They're confident that they will hit a high note by the time William and Kate make landfall in Nassau. Just ask soloist Michaela King.
I'm excited. I know we could do our best in it, so I'm ready for it.
Wow, so that should really be quite a performance. We're looking forward to it. It is shortly after 10 now, so really we expect everything to get started very soon. But in the meantime, we're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with more. Stay with us.
What? Check old girl, boy. You say she getting married?
Oh, man, not again.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man's BTC home internet with this woman BTC mobile service in holy matrimony. So they'll pay half the price compared to the other guys.
What's wrong with you? Just let them...
Madam, do you have BTC mobile service?
I do.
Sir, do you have BTC home internet to unite with her mobile service?
I do.
Get all the internet you want at half the price when you bundle your home internet and mobile service.
So, what services do you have?
Me? I have BTC at home and on my phone.
Visit any BTC store to make the switch today.
At Bank of the Bahamas, we give you lots of reasons to love your life. We offer the lowest rates in the country on debt consolidation and consumer loans. And we help you save with our low-rate switch mortgages. Need a new car? Simply apply for a BOB auto loan and hit the road. And shopping is so easy with BOB credit and prepaid cards. It's time to live and laugh again. Love the life you live with BOB, your bank of solutions.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Welcome back. Well, all of the action is at Sybil Strawn Primary School in Carmichael right now. And we're going to hand this broadcast over to the ministry. Well, apparently not quite ready yet. But we will soon be handing it over to Sybil Strawn, where the Ministry of Education's communications team is organizing the whole event. You are a mother of many kids, and you are based in Eleuthera. Tell us a little bit about the young people there.
Well, Eleuthera and Harbour Island, and you know, a very good example of living an out-island life where education is very important. One of the things actually during COVID, when we had the shutdown, was that there was the nervousness of how are these kids going to stay in school, and of course actually a lot of them didn't have access to a computer or to be able to go online or to be able to be in touch with their teachers. So that was a major concern. Food was another concern, and actually I got very involved with a group of very concerned citizens between Harbour Island and North Eleuthera, and we started a food bank, which was amazing experience, because we were able to really work as a community, and fantastic, involving the police force and the local churches and the ministers, and everybody came together. Brilliant example. But one of the things I was going to mention right now is, I'm sure as Catherine and William are getting ready, the behind the scenes of what goes on a Commonwealth tour or a royal visit such as this.
Please give us an insight.
Well, I can only do that, Julian, because my mother was with the Queen during those Commonwealth tours in 1952 and 53. And so I know a little bit about what a lady-in-waiting would be doing right now. And I think Kate doesn't have per se a lady-in-waiting. She's modernised again in that way. But she will definitely have somebody there who will be dressing, because, of course, when you're on a tour, you're on parade all the time. All the eyes are on you all the time. Imagine how exhausting that must be. Sounds, again, so wonderful, like I said earlier, the romance of palaces, but it's not. Having people watching you all the time. So you need to make sure that every detail of what you're wearing and what you're saying and what you're doing is the right impression that you want to give when you're representing the Queen. So the colours that she's choosing, the jewellery that she's wearing, the way her hair is put, and indeed, obviously, for William, but less so because his will be more uniforms, which will have been already very organised in advance, and just a suit and tie, it's much easier. But for the women, much more important about those colours, getting that right.
Well, and she has so far, definitely.
She has.
Is it true she has the Queen's guidance?
Right now, we're going to head to Sybil Strawn, and we're going to hand this broadcast over to the Ministry of Education's communications team, which is led by Byron Thompson. Enjoy.
In celebration of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee, her grandson and his wife, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, are visiting the Bahamas and the Caribbean. One of the official highlights is to visit the Sybil Strawn Primary School. The royals will meet children, including Family Island students, via social media, as well as a number of special teachers. The communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training presents a royal visit with our host, Vaughn Albury and Adama Williams.
And I'm Adama Williams.
We're here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School.
Good morning.
Carmichael Road. This was formerly
Good
Carmichael
morning, special
Primary
guests,
School. This
teachers,
is a special
and
day
students.
as we are waiting
the arrival of their Royal
of
Highnesses,
the Duke and Duchess
allow
of Cambridge.
us to
They are here in
establish
the
a bit
Bahamas
of housekeeping.
as representatives
Please
of Her
ensure
Majesty
that
Queen
all
Elizabeth
cell
II,
phones
who is
are turned
celebrating
off
70 years
or
on the
are
throne
on silent
of Platinum
alert.
Jubilee.
Yes, there should be no recording or photographs taken except by the official photographers during this visit. Finally, upon the sound of the bugle, you are all invited to stand and wave your flag to welcome the arrival of their Royal Highnesses. Following the arrival and fanfare, please remain standing for the singing of the national
this is such a special occasion. The Bahamas, we have always played host to royals, especially from the House of Windsor. And that has been going on since 1940.
On the sound of the
before
bugle,
I want to give all the information, we do have some other members of our team.
Yes, this morning we're happy joining us, our team members, Ms. Denise Pratt, Lisa Bullard, and they're on the ground. They're going to give us a bit about what the atmosphere is like in anticipation of the arrival of the Duke and Duchess. Lisa, Denise, give us some idea of what's going on, the temperature of the crowd, and what are your expectations for today for this program?
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Adama. Yes, the atmosphere is electric in here as the students and other spectators of this event are anticipating the arrival of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. I got to tell you, we've already been treated to some spectacular music by the one and only Government High School Pop Band. All morning they had me jumping, and I know that the prince and the princess, they're really going to enjoy all of the entertainment that our students have worked so hard on in preparation for their visit.
Well, thanks to Lisa. You're absolutely correct. You know, there's a lot of excitement out here. Everybody's waiting for the arrival of their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, and we're all excited. You know, the children are excited. I got a chance to speak with some of the children and some of the teachers, and there is a spirit of anticipation.
Yes.
High anticipation.
High anticipation.
And, you know, it's significant that today, I'm excited to hear what the Duchess of Cambridge actually is going to be delivering remarks about, because, you know, she's a great patron of quite a few charities that encourage youth development.
Special attention to the children.
Correct.
Yes.
Youth enhancement. And, you know, I think it's key and critical that she decided to come here to one of our local primary schools and address an assortment of students from a number of primary schools. So I'm excited to hear what she has to say. I believe her words will resonate with the children.
Yes.
I believe it will encourage them. And I also believe it's going to encourage an atmosphere of cooperation and, you know, inclusion. And, you know, because there's a lot of diversity, and diversity is excellent.
Yes, we know.
Yes.
There has been quite a bit of diversity during this tour.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You know, I think this is the final leg of their Commonwealth tour.
I think it is.
Yes.
And you know, whatever comes what may, this event is still significant and it's still unique, seeing as how it has been a decade since we've had an official visit from any member of the royal family. You remember who that was?
I do believe it was it Prince Harry?
It was Prince Harry, yes,
right?
it was.
and I believe you had a chance to look into the past royal visits.
Yes, I did. I did some research and putting together a documentary on the Queen's 6 visits to the Bahamas. Yes, the first would have been in 1966.
Excellent.
Her and the Prince would have visited our shores. But you started to speak to me about the Bahamas Accords.
Well,
that visit, I believe, would have been a part of the
1985 visit. Right. So the Queen did indeed arrive for the Commonwealth House of Government meeting, and that would have been during the Pinland administration, if I'm correct. And, you know, during that time, it was a significant meeting because much of the discussion centered around, you know, the apartheid system in South Africa and the Commonwealth countries coming together to help dismantle that system. And, you know, the former administration, you know, they did an excellent job in leading those discussions here with the Queen.
That's right,
and,
right here in the capital.
And out of that eventually became the Nassau Accord.
That's right.
You know, which was instrumental in dismantling apartheid. So these visits are key and they're critical to, you know, the collective agreement. You know, we see, you know, how things are going, and we're looking forward to future visits. We're looking forward to collaboration. We're looking forward to, like I said, inclusion. That's one of their major themes. So I'm really excited. Now, I know that I spoke to a number of persons about getting ready for this trip, and it took a lot of work.
A lot of preparation went into this. The security alone.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Who did you speak with? That was Mr. Thompson?
Yes, indeed. Permanent Secretary Jack Thompson. And he is the deputy chairman of the local steering committee. And what he shared was that, you know, you don't just pick up and welcome the royal family.
Oh, no, you
know,
don't.
they send their teams ahead of time. I think he called it a recce team. Now, I don't know if I pronounced the word correctly, but, you know, we're going to hear from him a little later on. He talked about the fact that you have to pay attention to so many levels of detail.
Yes, you do.
Many things that we take for granted, they won't. You know, of course, what you wear, where you sit, how you address them. All of those things need to be in place. And indeed, it should, of course.
Right.
It's a royal
Protocol
visit.
must be in place. But you know, you spoke with Jack Thompson, Permanent Secretary, Office of the Governor General.
Yes.
I'm going to be speaking with the 2021 National Primary Student of the Year, Miss Chelsea Smith, later on in the show.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, you're going to want to hear from this young lady. She's fantastic, and that is going to be great. I think we need to send this back.
Yeah, I think they want us to wrap up now. Back to you, Vaughn and Adama.
Oh, thank you very much. Very informative indeed. This historic visit for us, as well as for many Bahamians, this is a special day. The rains have cleared here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School because there were a number of showers earlier. But guess what? We are ready and we are awaiting the arrival. That is scheduled for 10:20, which is
10:20.
Yeah, 10:20. You know, we have a number of our students, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Ranger Cadets. They are forming a welcoming line,
Receiving line.
as well as a number of our cabinet ministers are also expected. But perhaps for me, the most important person here today is our Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Glenys Anna Martin, who herself was schooled in England, as well as her late father, former Governor General Arthur Dion Hanna. It is so interesting that that her father never accepted the British honors. So we wanted to call him sir. In fact, for us, he's
Humble.
sir.
It's called humility. Humility.
Very much so.
Yes,
very much so.
Also, the most important stakeholder here today is the student.
Yeah.
We have students, I'm happy to say, from at least one student from every public and private school, not only those from Sybil Strawn Primary School, but we have a representation from every public and independent school here in New Providence, as well as we're going to have joining us virtually Family Island students representing schools all across the archipelago.
I think for me, I just spoke with the teacher at Kayla Wallace. She is at the Central Abaco Primary School, and along with two students, Jordan Sawyer and Amaya Swan, they will be speaking with the Duke and Duchess during their private meeting. I want you to know that everything that's being done here had to be approved by the palace office. So the Duke and Duchess, they wanted their conversations with the students. They will go in a room just off from the pavilion behind Adama and I, and they will speak privately with the students. We got a chance to speak with the teacher as well as those students in Abaco, and to hear their stories of how they survived Dorian would be something quite interesting. In fact, it was the British Navy that was perhaps one of the first groups to arrive in the Bahamas to help us after Hurricane Dorian in September of 2019.
And as we anticipate the arrival of the Duke and Duchess, and they should be here any moment now, any second, we know that they will be welcomed, like you said earlier, by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers. We have some excellent, talented individuals. We're going to have two buglers, a part of this group. Also a part of that welcoming group, we're going to have our dignitaries, ministers of education, minister of state. We'll have our Minister of Labor and Immigration, the Honorable Keith Bell, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Mario Bolag, also a part of that receiving line, our State Minister for Public Service and Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Pia Glover, Her Excellency Leslie Bryce, Parliamentary Secretary Bacchus Roll, and other senior government officials. So we're going to have a full house. We're all going to welcome in grand style the Duke and Duchess. And then I can't forget our little princess, Miss Jasmine Moss, sixth grader here at Sybil Strawn Primary. Head girl here at this school. And she will present the Duchess as she exits her vehicle with a bouquet of flowers. And you know, this is going to be a memorable occasion for her. Something that she won't forget and would cherish.
But what I said earlier was that this school, the former name was Carmichael Primary School. A few years ago, around 2015, it was renamed the Sybil Strawn Primary School. Sybil Strawn, a former educator who was headmaster, or what did you call him at that time, headmistress?
Headmistress.
Yes, for a number of years. So the school was named in her honor, and indeed, four of her daughters are here, Karen Strawn, Michael Strawn, as well as Flora Moss and the other sisters. So they're here today representing their mother in this what would be a proud moment if Sybil Strawn were actually here. We spoke with the principal of this school, Glendina Mills, and this is a proud moment for this school.
Yes, it is indeed, and we're going to be entertained, like Lisa was telling us earlier, with so much cultural aspects. You know, we have a dynamic music department, performing arts department, so we're going to hear from the government high school band. We're going to hear from a variety of a mix of students from public and private schools, primary, high school, all different levels. They're drummers. We're going to have
talk about the drummers. Don't rush.
We're going to have an exciting time. So the Duke and Duchess, this is going to be memorable for them. We're talking about memorable for us.
There you go.
It's going to be memorable for them. It's truly, they're going to see that it's truly better in the Bahamas. And our talent begins with our little ones.
There you go. You know, they are the future. And indeed, the Duke and Duchess, one of their interests is the environment as well as children. They're the parents of 3 young children, Charlotte, George, and...
Oh, you have a good memory,
yeah,
Vaughn.
man.
I know they have 2 boys.
Like Mama said,
2 boys and a girl.
3 children, 3 little children. But what I found interesting was that the Duchess said she wanted them to have as normal as a life. Now, they've grown up very privileged, but each of them, particularly the eldest, George, who would be 3rd in line to the throne after his father and grandfather, Prince Philip. So he has chores to do. I can imagine the nanny oversees them. But what would it be for our children here? Because this moment, this is a moment in time.
It certainly is one, and I'm looking at the monitors now. We're awaiting the arrival. I'm trying to figure out if the vehicle has already arrived. I saw the receiving line, got a glimpse of the Rangers. They're all ready, prepared to welcome the Duke and Duchess in grand style.
And the rain will not deter the enthusiasm, the hope for what's expected to be a great day, because this is an action-packed day for the royal couple, because from here they move to downtown Nassau in the Garden of Remembrance, as well as they will also meet essential workers, particularly healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, and other staff in the healthcare industry. After that, there will be a cultural performance, but I didn't want to skip over the children. You talk about drummers. We have drummers here from the Howard Bethel, the late Howard Bethel, who was a member of the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band. He's a drummer, and this is a drumming ensemble of which he led, and they put on a performance yesterday during rehearsal.
Yes, they sure did.
And guess what? They had us. Moving to the rhythm.
I'm going to shake a leg again today.
There you go. So they are also awaiting the Duke and Duchess to perform for them. The official party includes 8 persons other than the Duke and Duchess. And one thing I note here, behind us, there are a number of foreign media present who perhaps have been traveling with the royal couple in their previous visits to Belize as well as Jamaica, where they appear to be, despite some protests, they appear to be well received.
Yes, but Vaughn, we're going to give them good news. We're going to give them good news to report.
Yes, there
today.
You go. We see a number of persons in the audience waving the Union Jack, the flag of Britain. And on our drive here, we saw a building just east of St. Gregory's Anglican Church. And the balcony was draped with 3 Union Jacks, 3 British flags. And that's, for me, that was quite unusual just to see that. So in terms, we're going to see the Bahamian flag too, of course.
Of course.
Flying high, flying high with our children here. So we are still awaiting the arrival of the royal couple, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Well, they're here representing their grandmother, his grandmother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Yes, and I am particularly grateful and thankful for the Duke's visit today, because he is an inspiration to our young people, as he is an environmentalist. And you know, we're now becoming very conscious as a nation about our environment, and this is something that he advocates for, that he has serious passion for, as well as he has a passion to develop the skills of our of young people.
Yes.
All right, so he is truly an inspiration to our young people, along with his wife, and we're gonna have a fabulous time. We're gonna have a fabulous time. We're gonna have a time of education, educating our young people, inspiring our young people, and entertaining.
For me, it's the educational component, because this, from today's meeting here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School, perhaps there'll be quizzes and essays to write about those who have been chosen to represent their school here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School. As Adama said earlier, students were selected from all public and private schools here in New Providence, as well as we have students in islands throughout the Bahamas who are watching via Zoom and social media, who are also participating in this royal visit here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School.
Yes, and let's just identify some of those students who will be dialoguing with our Duke and Duchess later this morning. Oh.
Yes, we just saw a shot. The rain is coming down here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School. I can see that they are preparing the color party, which includes Royal Bahamas Defense Force cadets. But the rain is coming down hard, but it does not stop
It's not going to stop the show.
Yes,
it's not going to stop the show. The show will go on. So I am assuming that they have arrived.
I haven't heard the bugle yet. If we can get that shot from the outside again, so we can talk about what we see outside of the entrance of the school here at Sybil Strawn Primary School.
But in the meantime, Vaughn, let's just identify those students who will have a chance to dialogue via virtual means today and in person with our Duke and Duchess. We have Lazario Bastian from Nassau Christian Academy, Noah Bingham from Xavier's Lower School. We have Ethan Clark from Sadie Curtis Primary, Kai Gardner from Aubrey Sale, Corey Hepburn Jr. from Temple Christian, Jazay Johnson from Garvin Tynes Primary, Ariana Miller from Queens College, Jasmine Moss from Sybil Strawn Primary, Osnia Pintard from Palmdale Primary, and Kriston Roll from St. Anne's Primary School.
And also joining via social media and Zoom will be students at the Maurice Moore Primary School in Grand Bahama, as well as those I told you earlier at the Central Abaco Primary School. Long Island is also in the house. There are students from Sims Primary School and the High Rock School in South Andros, as well as Mount Thompson Primary School in Exuma. Now, the Duke and Duchess will also, in the adjourning room to the room where they will meet the students, they will be meeting with a selected number of teachers.
Teachers as well. Yes, we have Leanne Forbes from the Palmdale Primary School, Diane Hinsey from the E.P. Roberts Primary School, Latia Johnson from Columbus Primary School, Alexis Mortimer from Aubrey Sale, and Cheryl Richards Roll from Sybil Strawn Primary.
Well, in your view?
Okay, so Vaughn, I'm getting a signal that we need to throw it over to the host, to the moderator of today's program, our National Teacher of the Year, Miss Waynette Bethel Hannah.
Well, we're back, and you know, it's a pleasure to be here. It's raining, but
That's
listen
right.
here, the show is going to go on.
The show is going to go on. The rain is not going to put a damper on these events. I spoke with Kamaya, how do you feel about it? Does the rain put a damper on these events?
No, it doesn't.
And you're still very excited about the arrival of the prince and princess.
I sure am.
Wonderful. You see what I mean? The children are still highly anticipating their arrival. And I think I noticed the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Minister Mario Boleg, has just made his way under this pavilion.
Yes, indeed, Lisa. I see a number of dignitaries are coming in. And, you know, if you're at home and you're watching this, listen here. The show is going to go on. I know sometimes when it rains, we think that events are going to get canceled, but not this one.
Not this one.
This is the royal visit. visit. You know, so we're going to continue with the show. The students are here, the teachers are here, and like I said earlier, they're excited to hear what the Duchess rather is going to say in her remarks.
That's right.
They're excited to see our future King of England, the Duke of Cambridge, and you know, I mean,
and they're excited to perform.
Oh yes.
Did I mention the performances?
The band.
And we also have some video footage that came in from students all over the Family Islands. I'm telling you,
yes,
nothing's going to stop this show.
Yes.
Too much preparation, too much anticipation.
Yes, we know that students in our Family of Islands, I know Long Island is there.
That's right.
Andros is there.
Yes.
Nagua is there.
Cat Island.
Cat Island.
Yes.
Mayaguana, Exuma, Rumpke, you name it. I know I left a few out, but look. Everyone is here. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas is chiming in today, and we're all excited. The Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training is excited.
That's right.
You know, to be here. And, you know, I'm an independence baby, Lisa. So I, of course, have never met, I've never seen in person the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, but I have seen the Queen. Yes, I have. I'm pleased to say. Now, and it's a good thing I did.
Now, wait. Would that have been in her 94 visit?
It was, yes.
That was another meeting, Chogam meeting, by the way, that took place in 94. Now, where did you see the Queen?
From a distance. You know, I didn't get a chance to actually see up close and personal. But, you know, today I'm going to have that opportunity, I think, to see the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge a bit closer this time around.
This time,
yeah.
yes.
Last time, I was far away.
But what was the experience like? Did it still feel historic for you?
You know,
having seen her in 94.
You know, I would say that there was I don't know, there was in my mind, maybe because I was younger, there was a greater level of excitement.
Okay.
I must say. But it was there.
And it was a lasting impression.
It was a lasting impression.
And so do you believe that these students are going to, their takeaway is going to be of a lasting impression of having being amongst members of the royal family?
Definitely. You know, when I was speaking earlier, the Permanent Secretary,
Their
Jack
Royal
Thompson,
Highnesses are on their way. Just a gentle reminder.
Wow. Okay.
On the sound of
now, you can hear in the background. They're on their way.
They're going to play the bugle.
Your flags
and that's our cue.
To welcome
they're giving
Royal
instructions right now that they're on their way, and they're telling them what is going to be happening in the program. So once they get here, I know there's a big downpour, but I believe they've made some arrangements to get them out of the car.
We'll get them out. We'll get them out safely.
Yeah,
so we're going to throw it back to Adama and Vaughn, and they'll tell us more about the arrival.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Lisa and Denise. It is pouring down hard.
It's certainly pouring.
Yeah.
Certainly, it's extra blessings.
It's extra blessings, but the good thing, this school, the Sybil Strawn Primary School, formerly Carmichael Primary School, this is a new school. Everyone here, no one is getting wet unless they're on the outside, because this is a new roof on this pavilion, and a number of government schools that have been built recently, they all have covered pavilions. That's important, because even, like, just thinking about royal visits, we had to stand in the sun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, school children all stood in the sun on the side of the streets or at Clifford Park.
Hey, I could tell you a story that my mom told me.
Which is what?
When she knew I was preparing for this, she told me gave me her recollection of when, now she's 80 plus.
Yes.
So she was what's the name of the Port Charlotte?
Yeah,
at Port Charlotte. She said she and the school children were there in the hot sun, just in anticipation and singing, "Oh, the Queen, the Queen, the Queen!" And guess what? The sun was so hot that some of them fell out. The children were falling out.
Yes, yes.
I mean, in anticipation of not the Queen's arrival, because the Queen did not come until 1966. Yeah. But this was the early 1950s. Yeah. She was referring to, like, during the Queen's coronation. Okay. I think she was crowned in 1952, 52, 53, somewhere.
53. Her father died on February 6th. She was in Africa, Kenya, on our tour. And she was traveling with her husband, the late Prince Philip, when she got the news that her father, King George, passed away. And that was February 6th, 1952. And when it comes to royalty and the reigning monarch, when that monarch dies, the the crown is immediately passed. So she took, she became queen upon the death of her father, King George, in February 6, 1952. Now, the coronation was a big event. That was broadcast all over the world. And I got to read some research. 700 million people watched the coronation of the Queen. I think it was 1953, June of 53.
June 2nd, my aunt's birthday, actually.
Okay, but
June
guess
2nd.
what? When it comes to England, the weather has always been poor. In fact, Queen Elizabeth, Her Majesty, is today 95 years old. She will be 96 on April 21st next month, in about 3 weeks. And they won't have the official celebrations until the summer. And she will be 96 years old at that time. So upon her coronation, that was a big event that took months of planning. And it is reported that her husband, Prince Philip, played a leading role in the coronation ceremony. And it was him who really brought broadcast into the 20th century by making that spectacle. And indeed, it's something that's still viewed around the world with pleasure by many people. In fact, for many Britons, that was the pinnacle for them, because she has been a resolute and dedicated to service for 70 years.
That's a long time. The longest reigning queen. Wow, amazing. Ever
You
in
think
history.
anyone else will match 70 years?
I don't know.
I don't
think so.
70 years is a long time.
I don't think so. And Vaughn, I can feel my feet being soaked as we speak. And getting back to the point of the location and the pavilion, schools being renovated, persons were probably wondering, why was Sybil Strawn Primary School chosen? Well, thank God it was. And they must have had foresight, because now we're undercovering.
There you see the Outriders arriving here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School, signaling that their Royal Highnesses have arrived here at Sybil Strawn Primary.
They have arrived.
And
It's showtime.
on both the left and the right are Royal Bahamas Defense Force cadets. You hear the bugle. That bugle being played by Cadet Kendrick Roll. In fact, there are two, Kendrick Roll and Sub-Lieutenant Trey Ramey. And the crowd has gotten excited. The crowd here.
There we can see the Duchess of Cambridge. Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And our Chief Protocol Officer, Terry Archer. There is the Prince, the Duke of Cambridge, with his, he looks young.
Oh, yes, he is young.
He looks young. He looks young. And
Very young
they are meeting right now. They are shaking hands with the principal of the Sybil Strawn Primary School, Glendina Mills. She is from Abaco.
Yes.
She is from Abaco. She lived in Abaco for a number of years, and now she's welcoming and introducing the...
He's now meeting the Minister of Education, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin.
And vocational training. Minister of State.
Minister of State, Zane Lightbourne.
Yes.
Next, he will greet Permanent Secretary Lorraine Ambrista. Next to her, he will shake hands with the Director of Education, Marcellus Taylor. What a momentous occasion.
What a momentous occasion.
And then we have students, 6th grade students and prefects of Sybil Strawn Primary. We have our little Miss Jasmine Moss, who will present the Duchess of Cambridge with a bouquet of flowers. You know, we had to do a plan B due to the rain.
As well as the head boy, Elliot Ferdinand. He's the head boy here at Sybil Strawn Primary. There you see the students. Can you imagine what the conversation's like? And this is the era of COVID. We are not out of COVID yet.
Yes.
Our officials are wearing masks. They're all masked.
All masked up.
And the royal couple, they're maskless.
Yeah, but we're all following the necessary protocols.
Yes.
As we should.
And it's still pouring.
Still
pouring here.
But this just goes to show how resilient and how untouchable we are.
And for Elliot Ferdinand, the head boy, what do you think that conversation's like right now?
Well, I have no idea what they're talking about, but I'm sure he's giving the young chap some words of motivation and encouragement.
Yes. Oh, man, Elliot is... Oh, this is a conversation. In fact, Oh man, if we could be the fly on the wall to hear that conversation right now.
Yes, and simultaneously, the Duchess is having a conversation with the Permanent Secretary, the Lorraine Bristol, and Director Marcellus Taylor. Students are already waving their flags,
yes,
waving the Bahamian flags, ready to lay eyes on the Prince and Princess, the Duchess and Duke and Duchess of Cambridge.
Yes, yes. What, in terms of their relationship with children, they've been many places around the world, so they're used to this.
Yes, they are used to this. And like I said, like I alluded to earlier, the Prince he has a passion. He has a passion for youth. He has a passion to see them develop and strive and to build on their skill sets, to accomplish their goals.
But this is my view. I see the power here in terms of the soft power, the soft effect is mostly with the Duchess of Cambridge, because we will hear from her. And she is the one who is most public.
Most vocal.
Most vocal. So we will hear from the Duchess of Cambridge as she addresses the audience here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School off Carmichael Road. You know what I just thought about? They're over the hill.
Yes.
Deep over the hill.
Mm-hmm, they're getting the real experience.
Yeah, my mama would say, boy, look here, they going far. And they seem right at home.
Yes.
They are still talking with
very comfortable.
The student. And there is Jasmine Moss presenting the Duchess.
She did her nice curtsy.
Did you know how to curtsy?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you had to learn that, right?
Listen, I have experiences in my memory as well.
There you go.
For the Queen's arrival.
And Principal Glendina Mills is now taking the royal couple inside the pavilion of the school here at Sybil Strawn. Like I said, this is a new school, a renovated school after the damage.
Yes.
Yes, after all the damage. So new rules, new classrooms, everything is new here about this. They chose a good location.
Exactly, that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of thought went into choosing the location for such an event.
There you go. And there, the Duke, he's taking his own umbrella. He's holding his own umbrella. And, okay, these
can hear the crowd. They make their way.
Yes, they're making
their way to the seats.
And this royal couple did not. They made a request not to sit on the stage.
Yes, they wanted to sit among the people.
The children.
The children.
Yes.
That's the purpose of this visit, and that says a lot.
That says a lot. Sometimes that's lost on us, eh? Mm-hmm. Because we want them. We definitely would have prepared special chairs up on the stage for this type of visit. I like how they're casually dressed. I wouldn't say they're formally dressed, but they're casually dressed, looking very
elegant.
No, I wanted to use another word that they'll bring them. They look nice. It's not extravagant. It's not extravagant. And this is spring. Thank God for spring. So they're still talking with the children. The Duchess, she's really engaged with the children. She's really engaged with the children.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
Now preparing to officially start the program. Our moderator for this morning's program will be National Teacher of the Year, Miss Waynette Bethel Hannah.
So again, students were chosen from all public and private schools here in New Providence. We have students and teachers joining us from the family of islands for this special ceremony, which is about to begin. And we see the protocol officers clearing the floor in preparation for the beginning of the program.
Okay, we see our moderator is taking her place.
And we will turn it over to our moderator at this time. In terms of security, this must be a nightmare for some of them because both royals appear to want to engage with our children. They're not finished yet. They're still talking with them.
Okay, we're getting ready to begin.
Yeah, we see the Government High School Ensemble getting in place, as well as to our right, a combined choir of 15 members to sing the national anthem. And this choir, led by Rashad Cunningham, we now turn it over to our moderator. Gone. Just in and out. It's fine. I see the Duchess now has on her face mask. Yes. There we see to her right the Minister of State for Education and Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Zane Lightburn. And the head boy is sitting to the left.
You realize how engaged he is with the Duke? So we have, is that the combined primary school choir? Yes, the choir that consists of students from across New Providence, public schools across New Providence, singing I Am a Promise, opening our program today. And that message is so true. I am a promise to be. The stage is filled with promises, God. Filled with promises.
For a better Bahamas. For our children who will soon become adults in a matter of years.
And they're prince and princesses in their own rights. And this is what we need to get them to understand. We need to ingrain this mentality in them.
And they can be anything they want to be.
Anything they want to be.
And these are the songs that primary school children sing.
Yeah, these are typical songs that they would use, sing during the morning devotions, morning class assemblies. And so the Duke and Duchess is getting a taste of...
So school assemblies are a thing of the past?
Not to my knowledge, they're not a thing of the past. Even virtually, I'm sure they were done. There's always, that's one thing I love about my country. We know to put God first.
Amen.
So in the classroom, before the day begins, there's a prayer and one or two songs to praise God, and then the day officially begins.
Our Adama Williams, my co-host, she's been a teacher for a number of years.
12 years, to be exact.
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
The program is about to officially begin.
This combined choir, led by Rashad Cunningham, who is now at the virtual school but taught for a number of years at the E.P. Roberts Primary School.
excel through love and unity, pressing onward, march together to a common goal. Steady sunward, though the weather hide the wide and treacherous shore. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahama, till the road you trod lead unto your goal. March on, Bahama land.
There you have the combined choir led by Rashad Cunningham singing the national anthem of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
We thank you for your mercies that are new every morning.
We thank you for each adult and child that you have allowed to gather today to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. We thank you for the legacy of our monarch.
We ask that you bless the Queen, the Duke, and Duchess of Cambridge, and all the royal family. In your mercy, Lord, preserve the life of Queen Elizabeth. Guard her and protect her.
May you continue to bless her with a spirit of wisdom and understanding. We pray for the Commonwealth of Nations and for our blessed Bahamas, that we may enjoy peace and security.
We pray for the welfare of each nation until the coming of your kingdom with power and glory forever and ever. Amen.
Government officials, good morning. My name is Waynette Beck-Ohana as the National Teacher of the Year. It is indeed my pleasure to be your moderator for this celebration. I invite you to view the screen as students from 6 of our picturesque islands welcome you.
Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, to the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge,
as they represent Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, we, the students of Butler Primary School, welcome you to the warm, majestic shores of our Bahama land.
We welcome you to the warm, majestic shores of our Bahama land.
Welcome from the bountiful land and big goldfish Lord in Angus.
Welcome from the picturesque glass window bridge in Ilustra.
Welcome from the heights of Mount Alvernia in Cat Island.
Students, you did an excellent job. Our islands are truly beautiful. And now you are in for another cultural treat as students from the Government High School Pop Band entertain you with a rendition of Nita Ellis's If the Good Lord. Following them, Master Elliot Ferdinand, head boy of Sybil Strawn Primary School, will introduce the Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training.
The Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, was born on the beautiful island of New Providence to the late Honorable Arthur and Mrs. Beryl Hannah. She received her early education at St. Anne's School and Queen's College here in New Providence. Minister Hannah Martin's academic career is extensive as she attended numerous tertiary institutions in England and Canada. She is also a notable attorney by profession. Minister Hannah Martin is a 5-time Member of Parliament for the Anguston constituency. On September 20th, 2021, she was sworn in as Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Since coming to office, Mrs. Hannah Martin has made it a priority to remediate the learning gap created by online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic. A devoted Anglican, Mrs. Hannah Martin was married to the late Mr. Leon A. Martin and is a proud mother of 3 children. Join in with us as we receive our Minister of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin. Please stand.
Please have a seat, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to Elliot Ferdinand for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. Their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Michael Darville, the Minister of Labor and Immigration, the Honorable Keith Bell, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Zane Lightburn, the Honorable Pia Glover-Roll, Minister of State in the Ministry of Public Service and Foreign Affairs, my colleague, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Works, the Honorable Bacchus Roll, Her Excellency High Commissioner to CARICOM, Leslie Miller-Bryce, the Honorable Leroy Major, who I believe is here, Member of Parliament for the Southern Shores constituency, Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Lorraine Ambrister, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Jack Thompson, Director of Education, Mr. Marcellus Taylor, other senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my Bahamian people, good morning again. I bring greetings for a few moments. We welcome their Royal Highnesses to Sybil Strawn Primary School. One of the many public primary schools throughout our archipelago. This school is named after one of our premier educators, the late Sybil Strawn, who was a veteran teacher and administrator who dedicated almost her entire life to the upliftment and advancement of the Bahamian children. This beautiful school, previously called the Carmichael Road Primary School after the former Governor Sir James Carmichael Smith, was renamed in her honor on March 9th, 2015. And I understand the family is here? Would they stand? The Strawn family? Thank you. We haven't forgotten. Just Wednesday past, our national parliament debated a national honors bill. During the course of debate, there was strong bipartisan agreement of the necessity to more aggressively and purposefully and permanently memorialize and monumentalize those persons who have been so pivotal to the formation of our national identity and our unified progress as a Bahamian people. People such as our great leaders, those who out the course of history fought for our freedom from oppression and tyranny, those who extended our unique cultural voice, those who dedicated their lives to the full progress of our people in every sphere of existence, our sporting heroes who herald our beautiful flag as they take the victory lap on the world stage. Welcome home, Shawnee. And our brilliant Rhodes Scholars, those who by their stellar example have inspired generations of Bahamians, and those who sacrificed their lives in defense of our sovereign shores. We are reminded of the words of the late Pan-Africanist Marcus Mosiah Garvey, that a people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. It is important to note that while the journey of our people has been most difficult, we celebrate that it has been and continues to be the strength and the resilience and excellence and dogged determination of successive generations, which has allowed us not only to endure the painful ravages of history, but to emerge as a new people, crafting our own sacred destiny. Key to this emergence is the education of our people. And while pre-1967, access to education for the masses was restricted and in most instances inaccessible, with there being only one public secondary school in the country to service the entire population. Today, there is universal free access to education at scores of schools nationwide. The product of these stalwart efforts are seen today with a sampling of our beautiful children who attend this school and all of the precious children of this nation. As I have stated, our journey as a people has not been without difficulty or challenge, but our resolve is invincible. And with God's grace, we will be victorious on all fronts in every way. And so today, in the brilliance of a beautiful Bahamian liquid sunshine, we again welcome you. I trust that in your travels throughout the Bahamas, as you visit Abaco and Grand Bahama, you will capture a glimpse of our rich culture, that you will witness the indomitable spirit of our people and experience the gracious warmth of the Bahamian people and our generous hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your timely remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is significant that our students will now be hearing from Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge. On April 29th, 2011, Prince William and Miss Catherine Middleton were married at Westminster Abbey, and she was conferred with the title Duchess of Cambridge by Her Majesty the Queen. The Duke and Duchess have 3 children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. Her Royal Highness has given her support to initiatives and organizations that are intricately tied to the well-being and enhancement of the lives of young people. Some of these organizations include The Place to Be, NHS Charities Together, East Anglia's Children's Hospices, Forward Trust, and Action for Children. In the past, their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, have visited several Commonwealth countries on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, and hence their presence with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys boys and girls, I invite you to please stand as I present to you Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Cambridge.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. I hope you didn't get too wet coming here, and apologies for bringing this British weather with us. But I wanted to address the children here of Bahamas. And whether you're here in the school today with William and me, or joining virtually from across the Bahamas, thank you so much for such a warm welcome. We are so thrilled to be here in the Bahamas, a country that has made us feel so at home as soon as we set foot on its soil. If you're a child growing up in this country today, it feels to me like you are very blessed indeed. The spectacular natural environment of the Bahamas is one of those blessings. I only wish we were here longer to be able to visit all of your 700 islands during our stay. Our three children, George, Charlotte and Louis, all love being by the sea too. So I hope they will be able to experience your clear waters and beautiful beaches before too long. However, as much as you have these natural wonders to enjoy, I know that the last few years have not been easy for many of you. The pandemic has taken you away from your classrooms and your friends, and learning from home, I'm sure, has been very difficult. That is why it is so wonderful that after 2 years of almost being away from each other, you have recently returned to school and have been reunited with your teachers and friends again. I can certainly feel the excitement and energy here today amongst you. One of the hardest things I think we've all found about the pandemic was being separated from the people we love. But we've also had the chance to rediscover just how important our families are and just how important our friends are too. I always think it's the simplest things in life that bring us the most joy. Playing together, chatting to your friends at school, eating meals together, and listening to each other's stories. These are the things that bring us together and give meaning to our lives. The connections, the relationships, the friendships that you make during school are so special. So please look after them, cherish them, and take time for them. And remember, to be kind and understanding and loving to yourself and others too. Today, I also wanted to say a huge thank you to your parents, guardians, and teachers. They, I'm sure, have found the pandemic equally hard, but they're doing one of the most important jobs out there, nurturing your young minds and helping to shape your futures. We all owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Our future society depends on it. So a big thank you to them all and for all that they do. You have a wonderful proverb in your country: when the moon is not full, the stars shine more brightly. I see all of you children as the stars of this country, and I hope these difficult experiences have given you the motivation, empathy, and compassion to become fully engaged citizens of tomorrow, who will become and make Bahamas the vibrant and life-affirming and soul-enriching place it is today. Thank you once again for having us today and for such a warm welcome.
To the Duchess, we would like you to take center stage. Your Royal Highness, your kind words will remain with us for years to come. We now invite His Royal Highness, Duke of Cambridge, to join Her Royal Highness on the stage for special presentations. Please be seated. The winner of the Platinum Jubilee Student Art Competition, Miss Kaylee Demerit, will present the winning artwork to His Royal Highness. And the 2022 National Primary School Student of the Year, Miss Chelsea Smith, will present 2 books written by the children of the Bahamas to Her Royal Highness.
Your Royal Highness, I present to you a portrait of the Queen on behalf of the students across the length and breadth of the Bahamas in honor of the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty, the Queen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness, please accept these books, Around the Archipelago and Expressions, written by the creative students of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We hope that you enjoy reading them and sharing them with your children someday.
Thank you so much. It's very special.
Thank you. We now invite the audience to view information about the Platinum Jubilee on the screen while their Royal Highnesses dialogue with selected students and teachers in New Providence and students from the Family Islands via Zoom. Following the dialogue will be a commemorative tree planting, after which their Royal Highnesses will insert a time capsule to memorialize the occasion. Yes.
Hello, I'm Lisa Ballard of the Communications section of the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Welcome to this special edition of Ed Talk. The news of Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, and his wife Catherine, Duchess of Cambridge, has created quite a stir in the nation of sun, sand, and sea. The history of the Bahamas and the House of Windsor are intricately woven. The monarchy of the Bahamas is a form of government in which a hereditary monarch reigns. Queen Elizabeth II, the current monarch and head of state, has reigned since the death of her father, King George VI, on February 6, 1952. Since the Queen does not reside on the islands, the Governor General of the Bahamas assumes the majority of her constitutional responsibilities. The Queen and other members of the royal family have visited the Bahamas many times. The Queen and her husband, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, visited the islands as part of larger Caribbean tours in February 1966, February 1975, and again in October 1977 as part of her Silver Jubilee tours. Her Majesty would return to the beautiful shores of the Bahamas in 1985 to attend the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, or CHOGM. It was on February 27, 1966, that Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip first arrived in the Bahamas on the Royal Yacht Britannia for a 2-day visit. Sir Ralph Grey, Baron Grey of Norton, Governor of the Bahamas from 1964 to 1968, along with Sir Roland Theodore Simonette, the first Premier of the Bahamas after self-governance was achieved in 1964, welcomed Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Philip. Hundreds of Bahamian spectators applauded and cheered the royals as they walked through the streets of downtown New Providence into Rawson Square. The royals were then carried off to an exciting exhibition on Clifford Park, where scouts and guides put on an outstanding display for them. Gymnastics were done by children, and police dogs ran through the obstacle course. The Royal Bahamas Police Band put on a spectacular performance, which was well received by the royals and all in attendance. Not forgetting the sick, the Queen and Prince Philip also made time to tour a number of wards at the Princess Margaret Hospital, which is named for the Queen's late sister. They were particularly interested in the well-being of the young patients in the children's ward. A commemorative stamp was created to memorialize the Queen's visit to the Princess Margaret Hospital, which meant so much to the children and staff who were afforded the opportunity to meet her and the Prince. The royals also paid a visit to the children at the Ranfurly Children's Home, which was founded in 1966. The royals were entertained by the children of the home, who sang songs for them. Before leaving, the Queen spent time speaking with the children and members of the staff. Afterwards, the Queen and Prince Philip traveled on a horse-drawn carriage to the Bahama exhibition, a noteworthy excursion that displayed various aspects of Bahamian life. The Queen and Prince Philip's visit to the Bahamas in 1966 was a truly amazing time in this country's history, and it was not soon forgotten by all who experienced it. Queen Elizabeth II and the Duke of Edinburgh returned to the Bahamas in 1975 as part of a wider Caribbean tour, and again in 1977 as part of the Silver Jubilee celebrations. The Silver Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II marked the 25th anniversary of Her Majesty's ascension to the thrones of the United Kingdom and other Commonwealth realms. During her 1977 visit to the capital, she and Prince Philip attended the opening of the Bahamas Parliament. Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinlan, the Bahamas' first black prime minister, who led the country to independence in 1973, delivered the official speech to the Queen, who was wearing her spectacles, which on that occasion was very rare at the time. This would be the most significant event for Bahamians during this most important visit. Queen Elizabeth II would visit the Bahamas on two more occasions, in 1985 and in 1994, to attend the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, also known as CHOGM. Commemorative coins were minted to mark the significance of both of these visits. On February 6, 2022, Queen Elizabeth II became the first British monarch to be honored with a Platinum Jubilee, commemorating 70 years of service to the people of the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the realms. The official royal visit to the Bahamas by Prince William, Duke of Cambridge, and his wife Catherine, Duchess of Cambridge, is part of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. For the communications section of the Ministry of Education, I'm Lisa Ballard.
Very much. Thank you very much, Lisa Ballard. Well received. By the way, the video is courtesy of the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. What a time. What a journey.
Yes.
So many years. 1966, 1975, 1977, 1985, and 1994. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has been here on so many occasions.
So many occasions.
This must be one of her favorite stops over all the countries in the world.
Yes, of course, because it's better in the Bahamas.
And you know who found it better? Her husband, the late Prince Philip. So now we go back to the stage.
Well, you're actually back with me, Warren and Adama, and welcome again, Bahamas, to the royal visit here at Sybil Strawn Primary School. I'm Denise Pratt, and I had an opportunity to speak with the principal of this great institution, and she told us all about what it took to get ready for this lovely royal visit. Please, let's listen in. Well, Ms. Wills, it is a grand new day. I mean, Sybil Strawn looks absolutely fabulous, but I know a lot went into preparing for this great royal visit. Can you please share with us exactly what transpired to get ready for this day?
We've had a lot of work done during the pandemic, and even, I mean, we're still in a pandemic, but we've had a lot of work done prior to that and going through. We've had roof repairs on our E block. The entire roof came off, had to be redone. On our administrators block, we had roof repairs done there. Landscaping, the parking lot got paved, and it's a new school. So now at Sybil Strawn Primary School, we're all about rebranding. And I told my staff, our gift back to our government for the gift to us is academic excellence.
Well, Ms. Bills, you know, I'm an independence baby. So growing up, it was all about the Queen. Now we have her grandchildren visiting, and I know the children must have responded to this with great excitement. Could you share with us, what has the atmosphere been like, not only for the children, but also for your teachers?
They're excited. We're excited. To my knowledge, this is the Duke and Duchess's first visit here to the Bahamas. And to be selected as the school of choice for their visit, we are elated.
Yes, Vaughn, and right now the students are still dialoguing with the Duke and Duchess. We have students from various islands, I think Abaco, a few other islands dialoguing with the Duke and Duchess right now. And right now we want to focus in on a conversation that I had with the British High Commissioner earlier this week. We spoke about multiple things pertaining to relationships between the United Kingdom and the Bahamas. Let's see what she had to say.
So we've obviously got quite a deep history. The UK played a role in running the country for many centuries. And in 1973, of course, the Bahamas became an independent sovereign nation, and the UK has taken a normal bilateral relationship role with the Bahamas ever since independence. We actually work together on all sorts of issues. Education, health, security, environment, climate change, and I think as two countries we get on really well. If you think about it, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are parents themselves, and they've got 3 young children, 2 boys and a girl. And the Duchess has talked a lot about those early years and how important it is to make sure that in the early years of a child's life, they're supported and they're able to learn in a secure environment. And I think, like all parents, they also recognise the impact of COVID and school closures, which have happened all over the world, and how that has perhaps impacted younger children who weren't used to school, and how it's impacted older children who were missing school and missing their friends and missing playing. So the fact that the Duke and Duchess can come and bring a moment of hopefully joy and hope and fun and talk to school children in the Bahamas, I know they're really, really looking forward to.
Yes, we had quite an interesting conversation where Her Excellency Sarah Dixon, the UK's High Commissioner here in the Bahamas, in fact, in her conversation with us, she said that she had just moved to the Bahamas to take up her new post as the UK's High Commissioner to the Bahamas 2 weeks before Hurricane Dorian in September of 2019.
Yes.
So she had quite a baptism by rain, not by fire.
Yes, because the first challenge was Hurricane Dorian. The second challenge, of course, was the pandemic. That was a global challenge. And so she says, hopefully from now on, seeing that the pandemic seems to be easing up, it's still here, but it seems to be going away. So she says she's hoping to get that real Bahamian experience.
There you go, talking about since the pandemic. I recall a quote by the Minister of Health, the Honorable Michael Darville, and this sticks in my head. He says, we are at the tail end of the pandemic. And right now, at this time, the Royals are talking with students across the Bahamas in a room. After that, they will speak with a number of selected teachers in Rome.
Okay, and right now we're going to our Denise Pratt, who is standing by to have a live interview with one of our teachers.
Well, thank you so much again, Vaughn and Adamo. Actually, I'm actually going to introduce the interview for Permanent Secretary Jack Thompson. Now, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Thompson. He's a part of our local steering committee. He's actually the deputy chairman. And he talked extensively about what it took to actually put together this royal visit. It was exceptional. I mean, a lot went into it. He said security details, previous planning, you know, everything had to be on point for this royal visit. Well, let's listen in to what he had to say.
Well, sir, you're part of the local organizing committee that planned the royal visit, and it's a grand event. We know that, but we also know that in order to pull this off, a lot must have gone into the planning stage. We'd like you to share with us, what did it take to pull this off?
The Royal Kensington House dispatched what we call a recce team to the Bahamas, comprising of assistants to the Duke and Duchess and security and the rest of it. So they came. They had a meeting with our local organizing committee. We gave them an array of various choices, a menu of you can do this, you can do that, the other thing. They considered all of what we gave them, and those decisions were based on the interests of the Duke and Duchess, our relationship with the UK, and to strengthen that relationship moving forward. I think that is the message. For our young people, I think they're going to be excited. I mean, in this generation, to have persons like the Duke and Duchess visit is simply awesome. Not in our lifetime would we have too many of these visits, meaning that for these kids, they will remember this for years to come. And so we're excited that the children will be on display. I recall back in '73, when I was a junior high school, when we became an independent nation, we planted a tree at C.I. Gibson. And even up to now, I can remember that, many years later. So these things tend to remain with our young people. And I think it's something they carry for the rest of their lives.
There's been a lot of talk in the media about whether or not the expenditure for the royal visit was worth it at this time. We're going through a pandemic, and there are other things going on. What would be your feedback or your reply to that? What are the benefits of the royal visit, in your opinion?
My take is more of the benefits of this visit and what is in it for us as a people. I don't get into the nuts and bolts of the finances. I look at the benefits and how we can. First of all, the United Kingdom, the UK, Britain is one of our closest allies. I was just speaking this morning, and someone reminded me again that when we had Hurricane Dorian, their ships were here like, bam, food, clothes. How can we help? Financial support. And so we are a part of the Commonwealth, and being a part of the Commonwealth, we benefit in that way. Secondly, there are a number of scholarships which we benefit from through the UK and through our relationships with the United Kingdom. Thirdly, being a part of the Commonwealth is in and of itself brings some benefit to our country.
Rich interview. What a rich interview with our Permanent Secretary, Jack Thompson. And we want to hear some more of that conversation that I had with the British High Commissioner earlier this week. We spoke a lot about the opportunities, scholarship opportunities for our Bahamian students, professional opportunities. Let's hear what she had to say about that.
One historical thing between the Bahamas and the UK is that our legal systems are really similar. So you can study to be a lawyer in the UK, and the qualification can be recognised here in the Bahamas. So I know that lots of lawyers go to study law in the UK. In particular, the University of Buckingham is popular because it does it in an intense way. You don't get any holidays, you don't get any time off, but you do the course quite quickly. And when I speak to Bahamians about their professional connection with the UK, quite often it's in law, sometimes in financial services, and sometimes in hospitality industry and tourism. There seems to be a connection there as well for study. So we do have a master's scholarship. It's a fully funded, government-sponsored scheme for people who want to do postgraduate studies in the UK. It's aimed at young professionals. It's in any topic. It opens in August every year, and there's an interview process, an essay process and an interview process. And Bahamians in all sorts of walks of life have done that Chevening Scholarship. The Commissioner of Police, Paul Roll, was a Chevening Scholar. Okay. The head of the Forensic Science Lab at the police was a Chevening Scholar. I've met doctors, lawyers, scientists who've all studied in the UK on that scholarship. And the most recent one, in fact, is a journalist who works for ZNS in TV production. The best thing to do is think about it early, and the application process isn't very difficult, but it is if you don't know what you want to do. So think about what you want to do, prepare in advance for any application deadlines, because the process can take a bit of time. You usually need to apply a year in advance of studying overseas. You can't leave it till July to go in September. It's tricky to do that if you need a scholarship.
Yes, quite an interesting interview. So there are many educational opportunities in the UK for Bahamian students.
Yes, and that's where most of our lawyers come from. Our cabinet is filled with them, yes, typically. But it's good to have a good relationship and allies such as the UK, where we can get opportunities, learn from each other, expand on our skill sets, yes, and cooperate.
But you know, the most important thing she said that I got from it was preparation.
Yes.
Do not wait until the last moment to apply for these scholarships. She noted there are a number of scholarships available to Bahamians to study in the United Kingdom. And she also said that a lot of scholarships are also being given by the universities and colleges themselves, not only the British government.
So it's just a matter of looking. Where there's a will, there's a way.
And what was the song that the children sang? I am a promise.
I am a promise. I can be
anything you want me to be.
Yes, and that's the message we want to bring out.
At this time, their Royal Highnesses, they're having that private meeting in the classrooms here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School. They first met with students from across the Bahamas.
And I think they're now dialoguing with the teachers and getting ready to do the tree planting. They're going to plant a yellow elder.
Yellow elder?
What is that, Vaughn?
Oh,
what is the yellow elder?
I told her down that I would be questioning her, but now she's throwing at me. The yellow elder, the national plant of the Bahamas, and it's going to be
the national flower.
There you go. I told you she was the teacher, the national flower of the Bahamas, and they're planting that here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School. It's going to be right behind the stage, behind the pavilion here in the courtyard here at the Sybil Strawn Primary School, after which this ceremony will be drawing to a close, and they will entomb, not plant or not bury, a time capsule. Yes.
Yes. Well, so right now we have our Lisa Bullard, who is standing by. She's going to interview one of our bright shining stars, Chelsea. I can't remember Chelsea Smith, our primary school student.
Yes, Sean's daughter.
Our primary school student of the year. Lisa?
Thank you, Adama. Thank you, Vaughn. Yes, I am standing here with Miss Chelsea Smith, and she is the National Primary School Student of the Year. And then you know what that makes her to me? This is my Bahamian princess. So tell me a little bit about what it takes to become the National Primary School Student of the Year.
So to become the National Primary School Student of the Year, it's kind of a rigorous process. But to keep it short and simple, there are 3 categories. There's academics, there's community service, and then there's also like extracurricular activities, sports and stuff like that. So everyone is sort of judged and gets a point for each category, and then whoever has the most points by the end of the ceremony is crowned the National Primary Student of the Year.
Oh, wonderful. Can you tell me a little bit about your extracurricular activities?
So I participate in a lot of clubs and activities, but some of the main ones that I'm doing now is triathlon, water polo, swimming. I do some cycling. I play chess. I've been a part of the debate club, STEM club. So yeah, I participate in a lot of clubs and activities.
Okay, you're making me sound lazy right now. That is very admirable. Where do you find the energy? But then again, you're how old?
I'm 13.
Yeah, that's where you get the energy from. So how do you feel about today and how things are panning out at this event?
I think, other than the rain, it's been a great ceremony so far. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity to, meet the Duke and the Duchess, and that the Bahamas, out of all the countries in the Commonwealth, was chosen, so that makes us feel special and important because they chose to come here. So,
well, there you have it. Chelsea Smith, Bahamian princess in her own right. Back to you, Vaughn and Adama.
Thank you very much. Chelsea's quite a bright student, and indeed the National Primary School Student of the Year. And as you can see on your screen, the royal couple, they are planting the yellow elder, the national flower of the Bahamas, and that's just behind the pavilion here at Sybil Strawn Primary School. From here, when I look at these pictures, I see that both the Duke and the Duchess are really engaged in conversations with the children. That has been happening since they've gotten here.
Yes, and right now they're being assisted by Yohanan Thompson and Malia Taylor of Sybil Strawn Primary
School.
Yes. That looks like one of the students with a...
Yes.
That's Malia. With the
along with our Minister of Education and the Technical and Vocational Training, the Honorable Glennis Hannah Martin. Protocol Officer, Mr. Thompson, he's orchestrating the order in which these photos are going to be taken, because these photos will not only be seen here in the Bahamas, in the Guardian and Tribune and other.
They're going to be seen
These are going to be seen all over the world, and we have put our best foot forward. We want this to be a success. Indeed, it is clear here right now at the Sybil Strawn Primary School. The rains have subsided. The flood waters you and I have been sitting in, they too have subsided. This is quite an event.
Looks like that
for
ceremony
those children, yes,
is coming to an end.
Yes.
And Vaughn, like I told you earlier, those showers came with a purpose.
Yes.
They were showers of blessings.
There you go. And now our royal couple, they're moving towards the end of the program, in which they will entome a capsule, and that capsule will include a copy of the oldest paper here in the Bahamas, the Nassau Guardian, and they're going to be a copy of today's program.
Also, the Duke and Duchess will also put a letter in that capsule.
Yeah. Oh, they wrote a letter.
They wrote a letter. That letter will go into that capsule.
Yes.
The program of today's ceremony, the newspaper headline, the Guardian newspaper headline for today, March 25th, 2022, which is going to be a historic and a date to remember. Also, they're going to put intersecting Bahamian and British flags into that capsule. And Vaughn, I'm used to seeing on television when you're burying a capsule, you actually dig. You dig in the ground, and you bury it for about 100 years or so.
There you go. There you see the prince. He's putting, that looks like the program, today's program. He just put it into that time capsule.
It's now being sealed.
And they are also, along with Glendina Mills, the principal here at the Stephen Dillard Primary School. On the right of your screen, there it is. That's the time capsule going into, how would you describe that? I don't know how to describe it, into
an encasement.
Good word, an encasement. And there you go. Again, the royal couple, they are engaging the children. The prince is telling Glendina Mills, Mrs. Glendina Mills, thank you so much. The drumming in the background is being done by the Howard Bethel Ensemble.
Yes.
And we turn it now over to our moderator.
We close this celebration to the rhythmic sounds of the drummers as their Royal Highnesses bid us farewell.
The drumming. The royal couple, they are departing. They are departing from the Sybil Strawn Primary School. They have a number of events planned for today. From here, they will go make their way downtown to the cenotaph, Garden of Remembrance off Parliament Street.
What a marvelous day.
What a marvelous day. Sybil Strawn Primary School here on Carmichael Road in the Deep South, over the hill, as we love to call it.
We have the Minister of Education, Glenn Martin, seeing them off in their fine electric car. It's electric.
And this one, that goes right with the theme of the environment.
Yes, saving the environment.
There you go. So, we have come to the end of our program, and while we listen to the drumming, we'll get ready to have closing comments from both Lisa and Denise on their thoughts on what today's program. So we'll go now for more of that drumming. Let's get a little bit more of the drumming before we go to Lisa and Denise.
Some very special moments created there at Sybil Strawn Primary School this morning. The Royals have left and are on their way to downtown, where they'll go to the Garden of Remembrance and also for the Junkanoo Rush Out in Rawson Square. Well, Serena Williams and India Hicks, for me, I thought the princess's, the Duchess of Cambridge's words directly to the kids were really just so special. Cherish the little and simple things. What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely, and that's something you should also always, I think, tell children. And I think she made a nice statement when she said, when she mentioned those kinds of things about being kind and helpful to everybody throughout their school years. But she always gives a good speech, Glenys Hannah Martin. She's good value.
Absolutely. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that's exactly right. It's very difficult to make a speech that you're giving publicly where you're actually addressing children, because you've got to keep them captivated with your words somehow, because no child really wants to sit there and listen to this boring speech. And I think she did it very well. I think it's also interesting to see how she's matured herself in her speech giving. As we know, she did not ever want to be the centre of attention, and she finds that very, very difficult. So publicly speaking is very difficult to do when you're totally untrained. But over the years now, you see just from that she is now captivating children as well as adults.
Absolutely, I'm sure that they were. And it was just the right duration, not too long,
yes.
Just right.
Yes, yes.
And the memories will stay,
yes.
Tree planting, and a time capsule.
Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Now the next phase, and we've been seeing it if you've been watching the broadcast, that downtown Nassau is now alive, very much alive. First with the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band, and you see some Junkanooers getting, I can't wait to see them participate in Junkanoo.
It was interesting to me seeing them leave in the, I assume, Range Rover with the blacked out windows, because of course we want British cars somewhere, but with the blacked out windows. One of the things, of course, from the Commonwealth tour, and I keep referring back to that one because obviously my mother was there as a lady in waiting, so saw it and lived it so up close and personally. She said one of the funny things was, and there were very funny moments, and the Queen's very funny, she has an incredible wit, so I imagine that William and Kate are probably having a giggle right now in the back of the car because they will have inherited that hopefully. But one of the things my mother commented on was the waving, the endless just waving. But with the blacked out windows, that you don't get the opportunity to see William and Kate, which is rather disappointing. I think you want to see them.
Yes.
I rather wish there had been a horse-drawn carriage or something so we could see in parade.
Yes.
Not, however, when it's raining cats and dogs.
Right.
But my mother always remembered that it began in his sleep. Prince Philip would wake up and realise that he had been waving in his sleep because they'd done it for so many weeks on end.
Reflex action, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very funny. But this is all about the Queen. Even though we're hosting William and Kate, this is about Queen Elizabeth II. And your mother was there with her when she transitioned from princess, or transformed from princess to queen.
Absolutely, and an extraordinary story and an extraordinary turn of events, because nobody imagined that her father was going to die. They would never have left for that tour. But he had been ill, and so they had decided that actually it was better that Prince Philip and the Princess Elizabeth at the time would go in his place, which is what we're seeing, of course, Kate and William doing now. They are there as representative of the Queen. But Princess Elizabeth was incredibly close to her father, and she would never have left England if she thought that there was any chance of him dying. They left, and only 6 days later he had a coronary attack, and he died at the age of 56. It was a total shock to the world. But more importantly, the news of his death reached everybody except for his daughter. She was probably the last person to hear the news, because she was at treetops in Kenya, and there's the wonderful description of going up to watch the wildlife, and she goes up the ladder as a princess and comes down as a queen, and my mother always describes that moment. You know, they were close friends, they'd grown up as cousins, and so it was an informal relationship. The moment she came down as her sovereign, my mother went into a deep curtsy and their relationship changed forever. And in fact, my mother remembers leaning in to hug her because this was her emotion. And this was the Queen's devastating moment of hearing her father's death. And then my mother realized she's now our Queen.
You can't touch her, yes.
Yes, and it became a completely different relationship. But the other fascinating part of this story is that, of course, because news had travelled, the world's press had begun to arrive. So when they were travelling back through the bush to get to Nairobi in order to fly back to England, the world's press had then arrived at Nairobi airport. And when they got to the airport, all of the press put their cameras on the floor as a sign of respect of our sovereign in mourning. Wow. Imagine now seeing or hearing the press do that.
Very special.
Amazing, amazing time.
Very different time.
And she said that when they flew on that aeroplane back, obviously the Queen and Prince Philip had a chance to be very private on that flight. But the moment they touched down in London, she looked out of the window and she saw the big government, what she called was the hearses, had arrived. And it was at that moment she suddenly realized her life would be forever changed. There would be no more privacy. There would be no more of those intimate moments that she and Prince Philip have been able to share. It was now a role for life, and a very different role.
Where do you think she inherited this character of such great service that she spoke of from her coronation throne?
Yes, I do. And in fact, if you look very closely at the relationship between her and her sister, they were very, very close, but entirely different characters. Princess Margaret was very flamboyant and outgoing, whereas the Queen has always been a child who was, and obviously since, someone who is very serious-minded. Although she, as we said, has a great wit and a great sparkle, she is very serious. So it was by immense luck that she was the one who was born into that role. Although not born into that role, actually. Of course, we keep saying that completely incorrectly, because her uncle abdicated. She was never meant to be Queen. But yes, even from childhood, you could see the difference between the sisters, and the Queen was always the older sister, always prompting Margaret to do the right thing, to take the high road and to behave well. So yes, I think it was always...
So presumably he was a good king then? I mean, if he brought his children up like that.
I think he was a good father. I think he was a very good king. I mean, I think, though, as we can see from history, he was a nervous king to begin with. He had that terrible stutter and had to overcome that. We were just talking about Catherine being able to now speak publicly very confidently and compellingly. But I think for King George VI, it was very difficult to have to stand up and speak in front of people.
The Queen Mum's role was very important as well, wasn't it?
Yes, because she's a Scots, so she was fierce and strident and good. And that possibly, in some respects, you know, Catherine's own mother has been, I think, very, very close to both of her daughters and indeed her son, and has been able to guide probably from the background quite quietly in the same way that the Queen Mother was, although entirely different women, entirely different circumstances. Yes. But the strength of the mother figure is very important.
Yes.
Well, we actually have to go back to Sybil Strawn now, where Shoshana Farquharson is going to close out that aspect of it. Shoshana.
Well, I think we all can agree, Julian, that today's program here at Sybil Strawn Primary School was nothing short of amazing. From the Duke and Duchess first entered, they were welcomed. They heard the sounds and took in the sights of the government high school band. They heard from the Minister of Education. And of course, they requested to specially meet with some of the students here at Sybil Strawn Primary School. And joining them via Zoom were students from throughout the Bahamas. Well, with me is a 6th grade student from Temple Christian Academy, and his name is Corey Hepburn. Corey had an opportunity to be in that room and have a conversation with the Duke and Duchess. Corey, what was that like?
It was an unimaginable experience. It was an unimaginable experience. I never thought I'd be able to sit in a room with such important people before, and it was honestly just a privilege to be able to have that opportunity.
And were you proud of what you saw here today by the other students who took part in the program?
Yes, ma'am. They executed it well, and I feel good after the day.
And finally, Corey also had an opportunity to ask a question to the Duke and Duchess. What was that question, and what was the response?
I asked them what was the main reason for traveling the Commonwealth Islands, and they responded to try to get some of these islands to stay towards like the Queen's side and stuff like that. And so, yeah, that was their response.
Well, thank you very much, Corey. It was certainly a pleasure speaking with you today. Of course, the Duke and Duchess, they would have left about 10 to 15 minutes ago, and now they are off to the Garden of Remembrance, walk over to Bay Street for the cultural show, by Montague for the regatta site. And the students, as you can see behind me, they have already cleared out, and now it is on to the next visit. Back to you in studio, Julian.
Thank you, Shoshana, and we will be taking you to downtown Nassau shortly. I'd like both of you to come on this, please. India, you said something that really is amazing that points out how life is so unpredictable. You said she was never meant to be queen, but she's the longest serving monarch ever.
Isn't it extraordinary?
Isn't it just extraordinary? Your thoughts about that?
After you, in India.
Well, again, I think it also illustrates the role of a monarch as well, that what the Queen has demonstrated, rather like the two other very strong queens, Victoria and Elizabeth before her, those were the three greatest queens we've had, that they are women who've had to fight in a man's world. And we were talking about earlier about some of your members of Parliament here, but you know, that is tough, that still that they have to find their way. And particularly also in the role that the Queen has, where she has to be completely apolitical and unbiased, but she takes her role as the head of the church very, very seriously. That she has a very innate sense of faith within her, and that probably has made her very strong. But also that we see how many prime ministers have actually relied on that weekly meeting with the Queen, and that actually it's a very calming influence to be able to go and talk to somebody who's had such extraordinary breadth of wisdom, advice, and life. And I think to have got to this age, we can now see that really the Queen has stabilized us and the Commonwealth in so many ways. And what I believe we're seeing here happening today in the Bahamas is that Catherine and William are here not just as a charm offensive, because they're doing it so well, and we are completely charmed, but they are steadying the ship again. They're once again saying there is a role for the Commonwealth, and we're here to be part of it together.
That's wonderful.
I think that's well put, India, and I think that is what this trip is all about. The common thread of time that the Queen has been able to have in 70 years of leadership has helped combine everybody over time. It's been a common thread, the fact that she's always been there. And I think this couple are the ones to take it forward and who can continue to unite us and to guide us and to continue keeping the Commonwealth together.
Just to jump right in there, of course, they are. But they do. His father is going to be king next, as we know, and Camilla will be queen consort. So we must not overlook that Charles has been waiting all of this time to step into that role. And again, I recently have had the honour, and I'm extremely proud to have become an ambassador for the Prince's Trust. No connection to the Prince of Wales at all. In fact, he's probably completely unaware that I am. But again, I was invited on, and I play a specific role, and I work hard, I hope, for that role. Again, bringing awareness. But what is amazing is you see the work that Prince Charles did. He set this up in 1976, thinking way beyond any of us were. Sustainability, green. We all thought he was mad and hugging trees.
Yes, hugging
and now
trees, do you remember?
How extraordinary that he was thinking that
he
before.
was really ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
If we take a look at the screen now, he's been met by the Governor-General, Prince William, and of course he's now about to meet Lady Clara Smith and the Prime Minister. And we're here at the Garden of Remembrance.
And again,
he will go to the cenotaph. Please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, isn't it interesting when you look at what Kate's wardrobe, which is always fun for us girls to quickly talk about, all these bright colours, and the Queen very much made that a thing when she was on royal tours and Commonwealth tours, and because you want to be able to spot them. Yeah. Particularly because the Queen is obviously quite short. Kate has the blessing of being very tall, so spottable. But the Queen always wanted to wear bright colours, and I think actually Kate's mimicking that, and it works. You can see her immediately.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. And of course, we saw a photo. We were very fortunate to see a special photo of her in the rain. It's looking magnificent, huh?
Looking magnificent, yes. It's unfortunate, as you said, the liquid gold. The Bahamas has had one of the few rainy days this month.
Yes.
But it will make everybody remember the day.
Yes.
That was the day it rained.
Yes.
Yes.
But everyone still smiled.
Yes. Everybody still smiled, yes. And again, can you imagine, I mean, for them, what it must be like? This is what, day 8 of their tour, I think.
They must be exhausted.
Exhausted, and shaking all those hands, being pleasant, smiling, your feet are hurting, you're probably quite hungry, and you're just having, but this is their role, this is their job, and they're taking it very seriously.
And rain did not
doing
stop
quite well.
play.
They're now meeting with Dr. Nakia Forbes, who is the head of the HIV/AIDS Resource Committee here. Well, the national program, actually.
Yes.
And she's been doing an outstanding job and has played a key role during the fight against COVID-19 as well. She and members of her team. I'm very fortunate to work with her, so I know what she's all about. The interesting thing is, we know that they've been briefed. But obviously, they're talking from their own desires as well. So what you're getting is very sincere conversation.
And I think also interesting that we saw in the school how they had asked not to sit on that stage. They wanted to be amongst everybody, to sit with everybody, and that's really key. And I don't think that that's just because they're a younger couple. I think it's that is their...
Who they are.
Exactly, who they are. They want to sit with the people, and that I think will be key for the monarchy going forward.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We see the director of the Bahamas Red Cross there, Therese Curry, and others with the Prime Minister.
And when I was, I had the luck of being a small part of Prince Harry's entourage when he came on his visit a number of years ago. And that small team there were actually discussing how remarkable Catherine was, because they shared offices at that time, clearly no longer, but they did share an office at that time. And they were saying Catherine really does her work. So she'll go into a country, she'll go into a meeting, she'll go into a hospital or an open, well prepared. She'll know exactly the roles of the people she's meeting. She'll understand the messaging that's needed. She'll understand the foundation that she's working with. She does her homework.
That's awesome.
Yes, yes. Says a lot about her. I mean, she's sincere.
So there's still a lot of hope for the monarchy. I know the monarchy gets a beating sometimes, but there's still some bright lights.
Well, it was interesting that you were saying, Julian, earlier that you felt that the Bahamas has been very excited about this visit and that the crowds have come out and they are supporting.
In the rain.
In the rain.
And you know, we need no excuse not to stay home when it's raining in the Bahamas.
Yes, yes.
2 drops and that's it.
Yes. I was talking earlier about again that 1952 Commonwealth tour when they went. Of course, they were doing that by ship and crossing from Australia via Kenya. My mother said that she was very jealous because the Queen's dress had a cabin of its own. Because of course she would wear that dress that had been sewn and designed especially for the Commonwealth tour, and it represented all of the Commonwealth nations on that dress.
That's extraordinary.
So it was a huge dress, and unlike, obviously this is a much more informal tour, but she wore it to every state opening.
They're continuing to meet the healthcare workers. We would have really been in trouble if they weren't doing the jobs that they do.
Yes, this is the correct thing, isn't it, to give the health workers
I think
recognition.
So, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
They look very smart, don't they?
They do.
With their gloves on.
And I'm sure they are a little bit overwhelmed too, you know?
Well, yes.
When you get back home and you're like, wow.
Sure. Well, they're a glamorous couple as well, you know?
Yeah.
And we're not used to seeing, I mean, I think they do represent it. I mean, Prince Charles and Camilla, if they came, I think represent the old school, you know, the Queen and Prince Philip. Whereas this is the new generation, and this is the new look for royalty, I think.
Absolutely. She's being accompanied there by the wife of the Prime Minister, Anne-Marie Davis.
A star in her own right, a very popular lady.
A really hard worker on the ground.
Yes, yes, she's
and
everywhere.
always has been, actually.
Yes, no,
always
she's marvelous. Yes. I think she's, I think she does our Prime Minister proud.
Absolutely,
yes.
and the nation, really.
Indeed, indeed.
And of course, after a tour like this, what will happen when they get back to England is they'll go and have an audience with the Queen. And again, it's so interesting, isn't it, that you say an audience with the Queen, even though it's his grandmother, it will still be a very formal audience. Catherine will definitely curtsy, a low, deep curtsy, because she's our monarch. It won't be a small bob, and William will bow to the Queen, and then they will sit and they will have a debrief on this tour, and that's, I think, what will be interesting. Obviously, a lot of the House of Representatives will have sent in their things, and there will have been all the ambassadors' notes and papers going in. But this is where we're talking about the heart and soul. The Queen will hear from her grandson and from Catherine what it really felt like out there,
and she will want to know.
Exactly.
Oh yes, and there'll be some very poignant questions as well, because she has a very deep memory, from what I understand. So she will remember from her previous visits, and she may point out something specific that she wants to hear about.
India, can I ask you, this curtsy thing, do you think that might in time be forgotten? Perhaps carried on in England, but not through...
Well, I was interested to see, actually, that very few people are curtsying here to Catherine. But I think it is much more of a thing in England, obviously, because it's in our DNA. But a curtsy costs nothing. And I was reading again about, you know, who's funding this trip. You know, these are questions that people keep coming up with all the time. And actually, I think the funding's been very good. It's been divided between different, it's not put on the countries themselves. A lot of it's coming from the sovereign purse in England.
Yes.
But a curtsy, I think, you know, I think if we have a king and queen and we have the pageantry that goes with it all, why not include a curtsy? There is something very romantic about it.
Well, you know, in my view, I think it reminds people of colonial masters and colonialism. And if we're trying to smooth down on that and forge ahead with a new monarchy this young, who want to be one of the people and not be on the stage but down amongst us all, I think maybe that is something that these two may well decide when on travels abroad. Let's not do it. A little nod, but the curtsy, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they said, really, it's not necessary.
Well, you know, in COVID times, it's also a little bit more sanitary than a handshake.
True. Well,
it would be
they're not here to stay, those COVID times.
It will be interesting to see what happens, but I mean, you know, horse-drawn carriages and all the pomp and circumstance that goes with that. You're happy for that, but you feel that... Okay.
But there's a lot of romanticism about the curtsy.
And
really,
it's picturesque and it's photo ops. So, you know, people are always thinking about the photo op situation.
And it's interesting that you say that. I mean, I would have thought a curtsy is you curtsy to so few people. There were probably, I have no idea, in the world, probably only 100 or so that you would actually curtsy to now. So it's not such a huge statement. I would have thought it's more a sort of sign of respect, but possibly it's very outdated. Maybe I'm not modern enough.
Well, we'll see what these two people bring to the world.
Yep.
I've got great hope for them.
And, you know, it's a delicate balance, you know, keeping tradition, but also moving into modern times.
And again, we talked about that earlier. I think we do see that with Catherine, just even with her wardrobe. Again, I keep coming back to that because that's always the fun bit. But, you know, she wears high street brands. It is not all couture. She makes it very accessible. It makes it, you feel that you can understand her. Just as we saw her sitting with the school children, you felt, oh, that's the right place to sit. So I think they are getting that balance right.
I think this is a good time to bring up your experience, because you're quite the fashionista yourself, India. You worked with Ralph Lauren, didn't you?
That's right, many years ago. I started out with going to school for photography, took a degree in photography, and then ended up on the wrong side of the camera, or the other side of the camera rather, no right or wrong, and having my photograph taken. And I thought, oh, well, this will just be a short amount of time, so I'll do it while I can. And Ralph Lauren was one of the first to ask me to work for him as a model, not as a photographer, as a model, and that was fantastic, loved it. And then I went to the very other end of the spectrum, where it was catalogue jobs in boiling heat and long hours.
Yes.
But it was an interesting experience, and I loved the people I met, and I travelled a great deal, so it was wonderful.
Didn't you move into interior design or designing?
You're right, yes.
And so where are you now today with that?
So designing and loving that, mixed a lot with the philanthropic work as well. And in fact, for the Prince's Trust, I just collaborated with 2 companies, and we designed a product that is being sold for the Prince's Trust, and that money goes back to women supporting women, which I'm always thrilled to be doing. And a lot of women have been marginalised by society, and particularly because of COVID have lost the confidence to get back into the workplace. So all of these designs and products are going back to supporting that, which is fun.
Well, you know, I'm glad you raised the Prince's Trust again, because people forget the impact of organizations like the Prince's Trust, the Governor General's Youth Awards.
Oh, yes.
It's enhanced the lives of so many people throughout the world. And of course, the Governor General's Youth Award really was originated by the Duke of Edinburgh.
Absolutely, the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Britain contributes a lot from that point of view. I mean, the scholarships, the educational things, the Defence Force officers.
Well, you know, you're talking about the Chevening Scholarship, right? There have been more than 50 actually issued to Bahamians.
Gosh, that's a lot.
Awarded to Bahamians.
Yes.
That's quite a bit, you know. And in very diverse backgrounds, you know, very diverse disciplines.
And the Navy, the Royal Navy.
And I'll bring it up again, you know, our finest, the Defence Force officers and the police, a lot of them are trained in the UK.
Yes, yes.
And they do very well there,
Yes.
But it is nice to see, you know, to have the Bahamas as part of the Commonwealth, and yet a country that is very much forging its own way. And I think that is the right balance. That is absolutely where we need to be now.
Now, we saw some shots earlier, and I'm sure they'll come back to them in a bit, in Rawson Square, where, of course, Bahamians are excited. But can you imagine Americans who may be here as tourists?
Yes, yes.
Getting a glimpse.
Oh, yes.
That must be really amazing for them.
And I think also what's so lovely about seeing this in the Bahamas is everything here is so much more intimate, because it feels all family, the family islands, everybody's related, everything feels like on a much smaller but more intimate scale. So I can imagine the atmosphere down there. It's not like if it was in an American way, we'd have security everywhere and barricades, and you wouldn't be able to get close. Here, just from what we're seeing on the screen, it feels like everybody can get close and really have a conversation.
Yes.
There are some of them right there waiting.
Yeah.
The rain has had no real impact on today's activities.
Not at all. Looks like everybody's having a very good time.
When my grandfather, who was very much a member of the royal family and spent a lot of time mentoring Prince Charles, and they would do a lot of these events together. And he would take an older cousin of mine who he at first thought might marry Prince Charles, but that plan got deflated. But he would take her, and when you went to these places, he would pull her dress slightly to indicate who to curtsy to, who to shake hands to, and they had little signals. So one was a curtsy, one and two pulls was this is a member of Parliament, it's a handshake. Because otherwise, if you're an inexperienced young girl going to big things like this, you're never quite sure who is the Queen of Sweden, which is the ambassador, who is the Prime Minister.
Goodness sake. There's a little story behind your name too, India, isn't there?
There is, yes.
And can we hear that, please?
Well, my grandfather was the last Viceroy of India, which means that he gave India their independence in 1947, and I was the last grandchild, so I got the name India. Of course, in England back then, it was a very unusual name. Now, when I meet Indians, I'm slightly outraged. I say, what is your reason? And why are you called India?
Yes, of course. Of course. Well, boy. Can you imagine being called Serena Williams?
Yes, I'm like,
how about that?
Yes.
Do you play tennis at all?
Oh, well, there you go. Now, people say to me, don't you get fed up, Serena, with people asking, do you play tennis? And I say, actually, I don't, because you know what? It makes people smile. They get a big kick out of I'm this elderly white blonde named for Serena Williams, the tennis player. And I remind them, well, I did have the name first.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. And look at both of their Royal Highnesses. They're doing their own thing and doing it quite well. They've got smiles on the people's faces there.
Very nice.
Very much engaged they are.
That looks very successful. When are we going to do the Junkanoo? When we move to Rawson Square,
That would be
right?
after this, yes.
Okay.
After this.
Well, they're having a good time there.
I'm just really happy to see my people who do so much work.
Yes.
And HIV and AIDS right there, too. It's very good. We will soon be going to our correspondent there, Kishla Adderley.
Yes. Where is she in the thick of all that?
In a few moments, we'll be there.
So this Remembrance garden, it obviously has some significance. Can you explain that, Mr. Ex-Foreign?
The
Remembrance garden, it must have some significance.
Well, of course, that's where the cenotaph is.
Yes.
So, you know, as in other countries, to memorialize the war dead.
Yes.
And every November.
Yes,
right?
That's where we all go.
We go, yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, there have been so many Bahamians who've contributed to that. I had a granduncle who was all ready to get on the front line. He was in Egypt, and I think the war ended just before he was called to go on the front line.
Oh.
But something special came out of that, because he brought the triple jump to the Bahamas. He learned it in Egypt.
Oh, my goodness, are you serious?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yes. So in every situation, bad or good,
yes,
something good comes out of it. You know?
Yeah. I remember Ivan Johnson wrote a book, The Black Prince.
That's right. His father, was very much involved as well.
Very much involved. The Royal Air Force.
Absolutely, yes.
And was highly decorated by the Queen.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bahamian hero.
One of the difficulties with the Queen's tours, especially when she was a young mother, was that at those days, that generation and that upbringing, it was not common to take your children with you. It would never be expected to take them. And I think in the years later, we've seen that there's been criticism over that. And again, when I asked my mother about that, she said, well, it wouldn't ever have occurred to anybody of that generation to do that, because firstly, this is a work trip. So when the Queen and Prince Philip were away, it's not a vacation. So imagine the amount of time that they're away, then you've got to have a nanny, then you've got to have someone looking after the children don't understand it. So it sort of makes sense. I think, though, of course, nowadays, with these trips, they're able to achieve an awful lot in a much shorter time. Travel is so much easier.
Exactly.
And messaging is much quicker and all the rest of it. So it's all right to leave home for 8 days without your young children. But I do think it's difficult when people are rather harshly criticise the Queen for having left her children all that time. But if you think about it, these are work trips.
Yes.
What else would you do?
And I can imagine back then, 6 weeks out, it could be very disruptive for a child's life.
Yeah, completely. And also you're on board a ship most of the time. That would be quite constricting as well.
Now, how old are their children now? They've got 3.
Yes.
So is it 8 years old?
I think we're going to have to look that up. I don't know it off the top of my head.
I think it's 8.
But they grow so fast, you know, you just see them one day and then...
The wonderful thing is that one was named Louis after my grandfather, which was very nice indeed. And I think that's because Prince Charles was so incredibly close to my grandfather. So I think that's a lovely idea that's been carried down.
Yes. Oh, that's great.
I didn't realise that, but that's a lovely connection.
Yeah.
And it's such a lovely name.
Yes,
and it's a little unusual, I think. So.
Now, if we may, because I know that you will be traveling very soon back to the UK.
That's
right. For a very special event that I think is worth mentioning, if you don't mind.
Yes. I was actually thinking about that. I was thinking that they've done a very long, arduous trip here, and then they're going to have to nip back on a plane for quite a long trip back to the UK in time for Prince Philip's memorial, which happens on Tuesday. So they really will just have arrived. And I think the memorial is going to be very significant in many ways, obviously, because we're celebrating the life of somebody who, as we now see, achieved so much. Because that's not an easy role, being 2 steps behind your wife, and not one that the men of his generation would have taken lightly.
Absolutely.
And he had to give up a naval career, which he was very good. And yet he made with the Duke of Edinburgh's award schemes and so many other examples of the good work that he's done. So it's nice that now there will be a remembrance service to celebrate that life, and obviously all of the military and all of the foundations and all of the establishments that he's been part of will be representative, as well as the immediate family. And it's happening in London at Westminster Abbey early in the morning, and then there's going to be a much more private ceremony out at Windsor in the afternoon. So that is something that I think will be nice, particularly for the royal family who are not able to really be able to sit together during the funeral. There is that extraordinary shot of the Queen quite alone.
Yes, quite alone. That was.
We're going to go downtown right now to our Kishla Adderley, who is in the mix of it all. Kishla, how are you today? Apparently,
she's having a
not
good
quite
time.
Ready yet.
Yeah.
But you're seeing in front of the Senate right there, and actually the royals will come out of the Senate for the Junkanoo parade. Okay, we're going to go to Kishla Adderley now. Kishla, what's the atmosphere like in Rawson Square today?
Good afternoon, Julian. We are here at the Cenotaph, the Garden of Remembrance, where in this tent just behind me, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have been engaging for several minutes now, about 10 minutes or so, with various groups of health workers. Of course, they are the focus today as the Duke and Duchess honor them for their work in countering, as far as possible, the COVID-19 pandemic that the Bahamas, like the rest of the world, suffered through since 2020, and we're still going through to some extent now. Now, I was fortunate enough to get close enough to hear some of those conversations between the Duke and Duchess. For example, Prince William was speaking with ambulance workers just a short time ago. He shared with them that he at one point actually used to fly an air ambulance during his time with the military. He also spoke about mental fitness, speaking to or sympathizing with the tireless work that they had to do to keep the country going and try as far as possible to keep everyone healthy during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Duchess, meantime, making the rounds with other groups under the tent. She, for example, spoke with doctors from the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center, and one of the focus areas of the royals was the issue of mental health. She said that it was important to be able to speak about our feelings and emotions. And right now, those discussions are continuing. I also saw a very familiar face and a very reassuring presence for us here in the Bahamas, the head of the infectious disease, HIV and AIDS program, Dr. Nakia Forbes. She was at one point escorting Prince William to speak with her colleagues about their experience and some of the health issues in the Bahamas. Of course, Nakia Forbes was one of the persons who helped guide us through the pandemic, answering questions and queries about the COVID-19 pandemic and what we needed to do to protect ourselves from it as far as possible. And as you can see under the tent. Those conversations are continuing, but in just a few minutes from now, I expect that the royals will be passing not too far from where we're standing, actually. They'll be headed onto the Bay Street area. I understand that one of them they'll walk on either side of the Senate building. As they head into the Senate building, they will join each other, I believe, at the top of the stairs of the Senate building. There will be a fanfare, and that will essentially be the start of a cultural display. During that display, we expect to hear from the Royal Bahamas Police Force Band. We expect to hear from the Urban Renewal Band. Of course, that youth element always important during these types of visits. So that is what is next on the agenda for the Royals. But again, taking a great deal of their time to speak with healthcare workers, COVID response, the feature here today.
Thank you, Kishla. It's wonderful out there. I'm sure everyone is really quite excited, and it is just the second event of the day. We've got at least two more before the big event tonight, and that is, of course, the ball at, the governor's reception, I should say, not ball.
Yes.
The Governor General's reception, which will be at Bahamas tonight. And we will be bringing that to you. Our newscast will come from there at 7 p.m. tonight, and an additional broadcast at 8 o'clock of the whole event. So you must stay tuned for that. But of course, before that, we have the regatta, the Queen's Jubilee Regatta, which I'm sure is going to be a lot of fun. And India Hicks, tell us, they're both avid sailors, we know that, right? How good is Catherine at sailing?
I wouldn't have a clue. But I think what we do see is that she's a very competitive person, which is wonderful, and we like to see strong women, certainly. But I think also what was interesting earlier was we said, we just saw now, they were talking about that she was speaking to people about mental health.
Absolutely.
And what is clever about what they're doing on this charm offensive couple of days throughout this Commonwealth tour that they're on is that they are really getting into the topics that they love, that they know about, that they understand, which is on their agenda. And that's where they can make a difference, because obviously when you're in the role of the Queen, you're not able to dig deep into the subjects that you really want. It's an overarching role. But now is the time where they can, as we were talking about the Prince of Wales and his Prince's Foundation, he could really get into the subjects he wants. And here we're seeing Catherine and William always talking about mental health. So important. And I think particularly having come out of these 2 years of COVID, for a country like Bahamas, and having suffered a devastating hurricane, there are an awful lot of people who do need guidance and reassurance. And her words there were very, very poignant. You must be able to talk about it. So I don't know about her sailing, but she's good on her agendas.
Well, here comes the rain again. But I don't think that those spectators will be deterred. I'm sure they're probably armed with their umbrellas. What say you, Serena?
I would expect so. Let's hope so, because it looks like it's going to be intermittent through the day.
Absolutely.
So, look, everybody's
see the protocol officers there?
Yes, yes.
You know, usually we do get a little excited when rain comes out. It doesn't bother me that much, but...
Well, you're practically British, we know that, so of course it wouldn't bother you. But especially if you've got your best frock on, you want to have an umbrella to protect everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, wow, it's really quite intense. Look at that.
Dearie me, yes.
It's quite dark downtown now.
One of the Queen's tricks, of course, to her wardrobe is that she has these umbrellas that are see-through.
Oh, perfect.
So
that's a good idea.
And they cover a lot because the hair is always done, and normally there's a hat on the top. So they're these very old-fashioned umbrellas that come all the way down and cover her shoulders, but you can still see her.
And she can still wave.
And she can still wave. I noticed that Catherine hasn't got a see-through umbrella yet.
No.
That might be coming. One of the other things, of course, is that when the Queen is at these events, and there's a big ceremonial dinner where you've got a lot of dignitaries there, and the seating and the planning has been thought out for months in advance, as your spokesperson was saying earlier. it's very difficult for the Queen to get up and go to the bathroom. So she has to time that. You would notice immediately, you know, the guest of honour has left. So always the handbag, that's why she always has her handbag close to her. It's not that she needs to go to the bathroom, it's that she needs to reapply the lipstick, which is, again, of her generation, a very important part of her overall makeup. So the handbag is always there and the lipstick's inside, and she does it at the table, and people are always commenting on this. Why would she? Because can you imagine the nightmare of getting up and...
Well, she stood up, everybody else would have to stand up.
And that is why she's always doing her lipstick at the table.
Oh, interesting. Good
that
story.
You're giving some wonderful tidbits today.
I know, she's terrific. I love it.
Not terribly historical.
No, we've got to ask a little bit now. I know you're a cat lover. I'm a dog lover. Let's talk a little bit about the corgis.
Oh, yes.
Any interesting stories you have about those?
No, but isn't it interesting how what a trendsetter the Queen has been over the years.
Really?
You would never look at her and think of that, because she's so serious in so many ways, and as we talked about, you know, head of the church and all the rest of it. But she has set trends, and who really had ever thought or heard of corgis before?
Nobody.
Nobody. Her passion for racehorsing, the tone-on-tone colour blocking that she does, which is now again so in fashion. There are so many things that we see that the Queen has done that set the trend.
She was always a fashion plate, though.
And I know it may sound very weird to say this, right? Or very strange to say this, but in so many ways she's just an average person, even though we know she's not. But I used to get excited a lot when I saw the Queen driving, particularly when she's up at Balmoral, either in the Jaguar or on the Range Rover. I just always thought it was just an exciting thing to see her driving her own car.
And she still does.
Yeah.
She still does.
But how difficult has it been for her? Maybe this is why she's she reaches out so much to regular people. But when you're born a royal and you never have the chance to live as we all do, how difficult is it to find that part? How do you know you're striking the right sentiment? How do you gauge it?
How do you keep it real, really?
You surround yourself with clever advisors who are able to tell you the truth and have their finger on the pulse. What we see here with this couple that we're seeing today in the Bahamas is a very strong couple, because he is, as you say, he has been born into that role, but she was not. And so Catherine is able to bring to him some normalcy and to guide him in ways that possibly, when you think maybe some of those other marriages that weren't quite arranged, but were where you felt that the match was good, it wasn't actually good. Whereas this is such a working relationship with normalcy, with royalty, that we may have some sort of success on our hands for the future.
And of course they were
a real team like
together.
the Queen and Prince Philip were.
Absolutely, And the Prince Philip, bear in mind, of course, when he first came on the scene, many of the courtiers said, no, not this. He is a penniless Greek prince with no future ahead of him.
That's true. He was not immediately popular
Not at all.
No.
He was a foreigner for a start. He had no money and he had no career at the time. So they were not kind to him. He had to fight for his place, and the Queen had to fight for him too. Because remember, she was very mentored by Churchill, who was wonderful to her and really took him under her wing. But the one thing where they disagreed was over Prince Philip, and the Queen fought for Prince Philip to have a role, and Churchill was very much against it, and then finally they found a compromise.
Well, thank goodness, because he was a great support her entire life.
Absolutely. And it must be very difficult for her now, having had him as that really serious support for so many years, to have to do it in a way on her own now.
No, completely on her own. And not only that, she was very close to her mother and her sister, and they died within a very short amount of time. So that was already very difficult. The women who she relied on have been removed, and now Prince Philip. But it just again comes back to the strength of character, that she's there. It is her role above all else. It is that job above all else, and she just is indomitable.
That's amazing.
God save the Queen.
Yes, no, it's there's so many things that we could all learn from her.
Oh, I know.
And bring it to our own lives to make it a little bit better.
True, true.
And that's exactly the role. That is the example, isn't it? That we're meant we should look and learn. And it is, as you said earlier, so refreshing to see Catherine and William finding, as we said, their agendas, sticking to them and bringing us with them on that journey. Now we all talk about mental health much more easily, without stigmas, and I think that they've been very strong in that conversation, particularly maybe not for our generation, but for younger generations who may have felt before we couldn't talk about it, we can't speak up. Now they feel that they can. So it is working. The role of the royal family still is working.
That's good to know.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
what else would you like to add at this time, as we're waiting for, hopefully for the sun to come back out? Junkanoo costumes don't work well when they get wet.
No, where are they? Now, who exactly is? Have we got the Saxons and the Valley Boys? What have we got?
I believe it'll be a mixed group of performers.
A combo.
I think so.
Oh,
I think so.
That's very good.
When you first saw Junkanoo, what was that like for you?
Well, it's awe-inspiring. I mean, you can't believe the size of these things and the intricacy and the music. I remember the first Junkanoo I went to, and I was up at Rawson Square, and the first thing I heard was the beat of the drums. And I mean, the hair stood up on my arms. I thought, oh my goodness. And it was that beat of the drums that slowly got louder and louder. And then you heard the cowbells and then the trumpets. And then of course, the costumes, magnificent and huge. I mean, it was amazing. It was just so fabulous. I couldn't believe it. It was incredible.
That's wonderful. That's a wonderful description of it all. That's almost an ad right there, actually.
Well, that was just, I still love it.
Public relations.
Well, how about that?
Well, we can't actually...
We've missed it, haven't we, Junkanoo, with COVID?
I know, and this may have been a good sort of segue toward it.
I hope so.
We'll see.
We should have one by Christmas. We'll have Junkanoo back on track.
Absolutely.
And here in Nassau, I assume it's the same as on Harbour End. Obviously, our scale is much smaller, but we're nevertheless as passionate as you are here.
I believe you are.
But you inherit your group, correct? By geography. I find that fascinating.
That does have a lot to do. Well, it does really, yes. The Saxons come, they all come out of different places.
Yeah, but what about if you're brought up a Saxon because your parents were Saxons, and then you move into the valley?
Then you have a dispute and you go and form your own group. Well, we're going to have to take a little break right now. Stay with us as we continue to give you live coverage of the royal visit, William and Kate. They're in downtown Nassau now, and after the Junkanoo rush out, they'll be heading towards Montague Bay. Stay with us.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away. Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
What? Check little girl, boy. You say she getting married? Oh, man, not again.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man's BTC home internet with this woman BTC mobile service in holy matrimony. So they'll pay half the price compared to the other guys.
What's wrong with you? Just let them...
Madam, do you have BTC mobile service?
I do.
Sir, do you have BTC home internet to unite with her mobile service?
I do.
Get all the internet you want at half the price when you bundle your home internet and mobile service.
So, what services do you have?
Me? I have BTC at home and on my phone.
Visit any BTC store to make the switch today.
At Bank of the Bahamas, we give you lots of reasons to love your life. We offer the lowest rates in the country on debt consolidation and consumer loans. And we help you save with our low-rate switch mortgages. Need a new car? Simply apply for a BOB auto loan and hit the road. And shopping is so easy with BOB credit and prepaid cards. It's time to live and laugh again. Love the life you live with BOB, your bank of solutions.
Great. Well, welcome back. We had a little break there, and of course, the ceremonies have just been delayed a little bit because of the rain. But there we are. We're seeing Kate with her umbrella. They're real troopers, aren't they?
They're British. They're rain.
the original explorers and adventurers, huh?
Yes, indeed. Look, it's
wow,
wonderful.
Look at the crowds.
All the people.
The turnout is really impressive. You know, particularly considering the rain.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure, as we said before, a lot of them may be tourists. They appear to be tourists, many of them. I'm sure it must be a very exciting experience for them. Bringing a ray of sunshine on this rainy, day, but beyond that, during this turbulent time. We do have a war going on in another part of the world.
We certainly do, and I think that is also very difficult about trips like this that have been planned so far in advance that you can't then stop them. The wheels are too much in motion. I mean, imagine 3 countries preparing for a royal trip like this. The schedule will be down to the minute, literally.
Exactly.
It'll be minute 1, Kate wakes up, minute 2, shoes,
sure.
that whole thing. But nevertheless, I think, you know, you're right. There is a war going on. But I think that this is talking again about a community of countries.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what we're not seeing an example of over there. So if we can keep coming back to what the Commonwealth represents,
yes,
we remind ourselves again, better together.
And look at this.
And it's as simple as that.
And it's Rawson Square.
Yes, it is.
I mean, every country has a square. You've got Times Square, you've got Trafalgar Square, Tiananmen Square. You know, Rawson Square, where people come to demonstrate, to have parties, to have...
And it's amazing how up close and personal she is, right there with everyone. And I think these are tourists. They're not even Bahamian spectators, most of them right there.
Do you think they'll notice there's a statue of Queen Victoria there?
I don't see how they can miss it.
Yes, Rawson Square is very special to us.
Well, Queen Victoria, of course, is his great-great-great-grandmother.
Great-great-great? 3?
I think 3, maybe even 4. She happens to be my great-great-great as well.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Because there's some kind of weird generation gap. But yes, 3 greats for me.
Wow.
Wow.
She held my grandfather in her arms. There's a wonderful picture of him as a baby, and he managed to knock her glasses off her nose.
Oh.
Yep.
Obviously written about in the Daily Journal.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So now what's going on? Can you see, Julian? What are you doing?
Well, that's Prince William right there. He is really engaging with the crowd, as is Catherine.
And the umbrella's gone, so that's good news.
Mm-hmm. The rain has held up.
And I don't see any frizz on her hair. So she's managing well.
Looking perfect, yes.
Oh, look, they're really enjoying themselves, you can see. They really welcome this, you can tell. Well, they know how important it is to reach out, to have the common touch. I mean, they're so used to sort of being on this sort of proverbial pedestal, so to come and walk around with people and to show their true personalities and care. This is genuine. This is real.
No, it is. You know, you just get a very good feeling from them.
Yes, yes. I think it's wonderful.
Of course, part of the trick to all of this is for them to know how long to linger with one person and how quickly you can move on to someone else without causing offense.
Oh, yes.
Imagine how difficult that is.
That must be
Someone is telling you about their grandmother or telling you that their aunt has met you, and then you've got to move on. So
that is a challenge, definitely.
Yeah.
And look, just like, and of course there have been comparisons to Princess Diana, which
yes, of course,
are expected, I guess. But just seeing her there getting down low at eye level to that child is so reminiscent of what Princess Diana used to do. Look at that, there we go again.
Yeah.
And what is nice is you see them here working very much as a couple. It was sweet when they arrived and he touched her arm. He's always got his hand behind her back, leading her in. Again, difficult for her. He always has to go first. She always has to go behind. But not difficult, but you know, you're maybe possibly for him, making sure his wife's behind him and not in front. But they do work together as a couple, and that, I think, will probably help them, because this isn't, as we've said several times, this isn't actually easy to have to make sure, particularly in these days and times, every single thing you say has to be right.
Sure,
you cannot risk anything now. Anything you might take could be just twisted in some way.
True. And you know, we're not so bad over here, but we know the British tabloids.
Terrible.
Woo.
Terrible.
They have no respect for anyone. Now they're heading straight into Rawson Square, right in front of the statue of Queen Victoria. And our Jimanita Swain is there, and we're going to go to her right now. Jimanita.
Well, good afternoon, Julian. Good afternoon, Bahamas. We are live at Rawson Square. We are, as you're seeing in the feed, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in Rawson Square, joined by Prime Minister Davis, as well as Arlene Nash, the wife of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis. The royal couple took either sides of Rawson Square, greeting persons in the square with flags. Some people screaming that they love the prince, the Duke and Duchess, pardon me. And it's just an activity right now. They're just having a moment in the square with Junkanoo officials, Arlene Nash Ferguson and Darren Bastian, as you can see from your shot. The Duke and Duchess are patiently waiting. The Junkanoo procession is also making its way to Rawson Square. It says, welcome, the Bahamas welcomes the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, as we are also standing by our young Catalia, she's 5-year-old, and Tatiana, you see, I don't know if you're able to see from the screen, there are two Bahamian straw dolls. They're making their way to Rawson Square, where they are expected to provide the Duchess with a whistle and the Duke with some cowbells that were designed by Barabbas. So the Junkanoo procession is making its way to Rawson Square. Young Catalia and Tatiana are making their slow dance. They're ready to strut their stuff and give their gifts to the Duke and Duchess, who are also just taking in the activities right now in the square. So even though we know that the rain is not a fan of Junkanoo, that is not stopping the show here in Rawson Square this afternoon as the groups are doing their thing. They're making the Bahamas proud, allowing the Duke and Duchess to see what the Bahamas is all about, the culture. The costumes are straw dolls. They're designed by designer Judith Delavo. You can hear the noise, the energy. The Duke and Duchess are making their way closer so they can get a great view of the Junkanooers and doing their thing in Bay Street. So what do you think? I know the crowd was waiting for this moment all day barefoot. A lot of people, they just were waiting to see Junkanoo, to see the Duke and Duchess. Right now, they're just taking it all in, standing under their umbrellas and watching for now. I know if they have the opportunity still, they probably would want to get in on the action. But for now, they're just watching what the Bahamas has to offer in the form of Junkanoo. This is an all-star Junkanoo band. Junkanooers from all Junkanoo groups on the island are participating, getting a chance to strut their stuff for royalty on Bay Street right now, in spite of the rain.
It's an exciting moment down here, Jimmy. A lot of people have been waiting for this moment, not just for the royal couple, but Bahamians generally have been waiting for the return of Junkanoo to Rawson Square. And finally it is here. The Junkanoo group look absolutely fantastic. The colors are very vibrant, beautiful, great performances. And people, despite the heavy downpour of rain a short while ago, people did not go anywhere. Rawson Square is crowded. It looks like a Boxing Day morning here in Rawson Square, Jimmy.
Despite the rain, everybody is poised, they're in position, they're taking it all in, as are the Duke and Duchess. Smiles on their faces. They're just watching and taking it all in. It's a great and historic moment here in Rawson Square today for the country and also for the royal couple who are enjoying what they see. These Junkanoo dolls are doing their thing.
But aren't they fabulous looking?
All-star band. We see Kishlyn.
That's Kishlyn O'Brien there, one of our personalities in Junkanoo. And I think it's going to be quite a moment when the Duke and the Duchess finally get into the line with the Junkanoo performers.
They seem like they're warming up. I see Arlene Nash Ferguson having a conversation with the Duchess of Cambridge. Maybe she's explaining to her what goes into preparing for Junkanoo, because she's smiling and they're having a conversation. The Prime Minister is standing alongside the Duke, and they're just watching the excitement of Junkanoo unfold here in Rawson Square.
And it's a proud moment for those of us who are involved in this broadcast, especially us here from the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, to be a part of this historical moment, to be a part of the return of live Junkanoo to Bay Street, to see the excitement on the crowds of the faces, both locals and visitors here today.
It's a lot of excitement. Everyone was just waiting for this moment. We had wonderful performances earlier from the Urban Renewal Band, the Police Force, Pop Band, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Band. But this was the moment. Despite the rain, everyone is here and they are strutting their stuff for the Royals and for the spectators. We're joined now, obviously, by the Cultural Commissioner, Caroline Boyd Evans. Give us an idea of how you think the morning is going so far.
It's wonderful. God blessing, showers of blessing. Everybody's in top form, ready to perform. We miss Junkanoo so much. And you can see the themes that we picked out. It's just beautiful, representing us. The Valley Girls, elegant ladies, one family. They are just pure Junkanoo. Roots Girl will be native women. They're throwing out candies down the road, by the way. So despite everything, and I can see that the Royals are enjoying it. They're not going to go, rain or no rain. So it's been wonderful so far.
And we Go ahead, Pepper. We know everyone was waiting for this moment. I know when I spoke to you earlier on in the preparations, you say they are going to have a spectacular show.
Right, but you know, we had to adapt, and there have been many, many changes right up till the last moment. So I had to make a call, and it was simply go and rush. Go and rush.
I'm sure the rain has been quite a challenge for you today, eh?
Well, I look at things differently. You know, I serve an almighty God, and he does nothing out of time or out of tune. And so there's a reason to delay them to watch all of this. If not, they would have been on schedule.
Well, congratulations to you and the team for putting this whole event together. You've done a fantastic job despite the difficulties.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
And there you have it, the Madam Chairperson, Magistrate Carolyn Voigt of the Cultural Commission, Jimenita.
Yeah, she has been busy up and down all morning ensuring that everything moves as planned and on schedule. Like she said, if the rain didn't come down, maybe they would not have had an opportunity to take in as much of the parade as they are able to do at this moment. So it's definitely a wonderful, wonderful moment here. These Junkanoo groups are putting on a fantastic show. We see a little bit of androsia, a little bit of straw dolls, a little bit of everything that's representative of the Bahamas and our culture.
And I'm looking at the faces and the expressions on these performance groups. It tells the story of how long they've been waiting to get back here on Bay Street in Rawson Square and perform for the onlookers. It's a wonderful theme. The colors are very vibrant, a combination of feathers and androsia. The interesting thing about this parade, unlike our traditional parades where there's a lot of paper, this parade is made for this kind of a weather. This is perhaps where we have to go to in terms of presenting Junkanoo, so we're not concerned about the destruction of the costumes if some rain were to come.
Well, definitely, I know that they wanted to keep it very authentically Bahamian. If you see one or two costumes with some feathers, not a whole lot of feathers, but you see a lot of straw dolls, straw work, and now we are getting into some of the Junkanoo pieces. We see some of the ladies making their way over to the Duke and Duchess, just giving them a show and a demonstration of what our artisans are able to do, because you know this takes a lot of work, a lot of time, but you know you have to get it done.
And the music section is now coming up on us. This is the sound that Bahamians have missed so much the last 2 years. The Junkanoo practice sessions, the regattas, the homecomings, the festival where you would hear this sound. Well, it's coming back now, Jimmy. It's been shut out for 2 years, but it's back.
So this sets the scene for the Junkanoo revival on Bay Street. You feel the drums, you hear the whistles. Everyone is ready. We're joined now by
AC.
Junkanoo in the morning!
Tell us about this Junkanoo group here.
Listen, this is the most collaborative Junkanoo group ever. Do you feel the energy? Do you hear the spirit? Oh my goodness. This is every group together in one, because that's what Junkanoo is. It's oneness.
It's been a long time coming, a 2-year wait.
Good to be back on Bay Street. We are home, and it's good to be back.
Well, welcome back. We're glad to have you back, Jimmy.
Well, I'm sure he is just echoing the sentiments of all of these Junkanooers. But we're going to let you hear the sounds of the horn. That's going to take us over.
And they're playing that old British traditional song, Rule Britannia, Britannia rule the world.
making their exit out of Rawson Square. They had an opportunity to take in the full performance of the Junkanoo group. A busy morning. Despite the showers, they seemed to move a little bit and enjoy what they were seeing.
A busy morning, an historic morning, a morning that a lot of people have been looking forward to. I'm glad for the Bahamian people here today to be able to not just see the royal couple, but to be able to hear the excitement and the sound of Junkanoo again.
That is what they were waiting to see. We had an opportunity to speak briefly with Silbert. He was like, when he heard that whistle go, that was it. He was ready. Junkanoo back on Bay Street. The same thing with AC. He's saying the same thing. Excitement, thrilling moments. The Junkanooists, they're still making their exit out of Rawson Square, but they're keeping the energy up, and it was a lot to see, a lot to take in. And like you said, a lot of people are happy. This is what we've all, as a people, been waiting for, to see and feel the cowbells, the goatskin drums, the sounds of Junkanoo.
And as you said, that heralds the return of Junkanoo. So you can expect now to hear the groups in their various weekly practice sessions around the town. The regattas and the homecomings and the festivals are coming back. You can expect to see and experience Junkanoo around the islands of the Bahamas. A great moment for the Bahamas, a great moment for Junkanoo, a great moment for me to be a part of this team along with you, Jimenita.
Definitely a proud moment for us representing our country and showcasing what the Bahamas has to offer. And I know from here, the royal couple are expected to make their way down to Montague. But for now, we're going to send it back to Julian in the studio. Like we say, we're wrapping up here. I'm Jimenita, and this is, of course, Ronald Sims. Back to you, Julian Reed.
Well, thank you, Ronald and Jimenita. And the Caribbean Tour Award goes to the Bahamas, I'm sure. Now, India Hicks and Serena Williams. I believe William and Kate will now be forever loved because they caused Junkanoo to come back to Bay Street.
I know, it's just so amazing. I couldn't believe the size of the groupings. That's a lot of work and a lot of energy and a lot of love. But it's a good job I'm not a royal, because I would have thrown dignity to the wind. And I would have been out there dancing. I would have been there doing it.
I tell you.
I think what's really important as well is that another thing of what is the point of this tour is it's bringing attention to the Bahamas.
Yes.
We're now going to have the world who will be following for all different reasons, seeing the Bahamas. And it doesn't matter that the sun's not shining. They feel and feel the warmth and the colour of it all. And that Junkanoo parade was sensational.
It really was, yes.
It was. And you know, this is part of what, you know, the tourism needs to be brought back to the Bahamas again.
Absolutely.
2 years of COVID and we're back. And I think a tour like this with those two sensational royal figures will bring the attention back.
You can't measure the promotion. You can't. You just can't, because it's going to be definitely throughout the Commonwealth and throughout the world.
Yes.
You know, it's amazing. That gave me a very wonderful feeling today, even though it is a bit rainy outside. It's still very warm.
It was also really charming when the lovely girl came over to Catherine. She bent down and she gave her one of the Junkanoo headpieces, and you could see that that's the moment Catherine was really beaming.
Yes.
But it was funny, we were talking in the lineup there, of course, everybody, you can't help yourself as a Bahamian. You've just got to move. And Catherine's very straight like this, but the Bahamians are moving.
Good. We know we have limited time with you, but before we do that, there's a little story that Jimenita had filed regarding how they did the headpieces. So let's take a look at that right now.
I know they're gonna love my pieces when I'm finished with them. You know, that's what I do, and I make sure of that.
Confident is Taran Bappy Davis about constructing Junkanoo headpieces for the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, William and Kate. Not affiliated with any Junkanoo group, Bappy says he is the man to get special projects done.
I create costumes. I'm a really good craft artist. And I do pageants and all that stuff, etc. If you need something done crafty, you could check me, whatever cultural.
He started working on the headpieces on the weekend. At the time of this interview, Bappy was working against the clock to complete them. The creative did share with us the elements he is including on them.
What I did was I came up with a concept. I thought them visiting the islands, I think it would be nice to give them a little sun rays, because the sun covers our islands. For Kate, I gave them all the same backdrops. And then I gave her a national bird. The flamingos are gonna be both sides of the sun. And I added the conch shell because I know it's feminish and it'll give you that pearlish look. And I just wanted to welcome them. I wanted to show that through the cultural aspect. And I wanted to keep it as old-fashioned as possible. So I'm not gonna use feathers and all that stuff. I want to give them the crepe paper so when they carry it back as a memorabilia, they could keep it and see that, you know, we are resilient as a people.
And while he's working his magic for William and Kate to get an authentic Junkanoo experience, he says he puts the same effort into whatever he does.
I always appreciate whenever somebody calls me to do any type of work because I like to do craft work. I mean, you know, special people come in, but I kind of put my foot forward with anybody's work. And it don't matter. From kids, I do a lot of kids projects. I do the same thing for them as I do for the Royal.
Just a little background information there on how everything comes together for the creation of these amazing costumes. Now, Serena, we have you here for a bit longer, but yes. Sadly, we're going to have to say goodbye fairly soon to India. Can we have some summing up of your feeling and whatever observations you'd like to make about today's part of the Royal Tour?
So many observations. You know, the Bahamas, I've chosen to live here. For 26 years, I've made it my home. I was lucky as a child to be able to visit here on holidays. And then 26 years ago, we made that choice to make it our home, and we're still here. I may be considered seaweed, but I've washed in, but I haven't washed out yet, Julian. Still here, sticking it out. I've raised 5 children here, and one of whom is Bahamian. And really, the Bahamas feels like my home. So when I see that, I feel pride. I think I want the Bahamas to be showing its best side. And I think we really did see that today. And I think we're going to see a lot more tomorrow. I think it's going to be very interesting to see them out in Abaco and Grand Bahama. And I think the recognition of those 2 islands that suffered so much in Hurricane Dorian. But the Bahamas is a particularly special place. And I think that Kate and William will go back to England with that. They really will. You know, I think we saw everything from the children through to the cultural side of the Bahamas, through to a little bit of your history with Queen Victoria there in that square. And we talked a lot about monarchy moving forward and modernising. But I think, as you've said, you can't fail to love what William and Kate are doing on this trip. It's bringing us back together. I've literally just returned from being on the Ukrainian and Polish border. It was a very, very difficult time, and as we also talked earlier, we've seen a madman loose, and it is incredibly important that we recognise we need to stick together as a world, not just as a Commonwealth, but as a world. We have to keep working together. And some of the things that the Prince of Wales's messaging is very much about that, and the messaging that we see from Catherine and William is about the future generations, the future. And the Commonwealth is always forward-thinking, and the Queen took an oath, and she lives by that oath, but that oath is about working together in the future. And I think that we need to remind ourselves that's what we are seeing today.
That's true. True. It really is. You have some comments you want to make at this point?
Well, I just think it's going to be interesting when they go to Grand Bahama and see the coral laboratory. You know, they're growing coral here, because I think Prince William has a connection to that.
He has a very strong connection to it, the Earthshot program, and they won one of the big prizes. So I know he's going to really be happy to be hands-on with that.
Yes. And I think it's very, it's so key to them that I think that they're actually doing a private bit with his own television crew there, which will be released later, which is a wonderful thing for the Bahamas, because again, it keeps the attention coming back and back and back, and that's lovely. We talked about tourism. You know, it's important that there's something from this that works ongoing as well.
Yeah, it keeps giving back. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
So are they going to Abaco first or to Grand Bahama?
Well, they go to Abaco first, and then Grand Bahama, then they return to Nassau and will depart for the UK from here.
So Abaco should be very interesting for them, because apart from the fact when when they fly in, they see the beautiful seascape, which is what the astronauts saw and sort of said, this is the most beautiful water in the world. So they'll be able to see that at a closer range with all the eddies and the little inlets, etc. I think that'll be a lovely intro coming into Abaco.
They'll also see a lot of remnants of destruction as well.
Unfortunately, I was going to say, I've done a few visits there, and in fact, what you do see is, yes, if you were in space, it would be beautiful, but unfortunately, it is
on the ground.
It's like devastation, and those trees will never grow again. They have nothing now to sustain them because it's all the salt water that has destroyed them. But again, this all comes back to what William's messaging has been about climate change, climate change. That is a very good example. We saw climate change, we saw the waters warming, we saw an unprecedented hurricane come here and destroy 2 islands completely. And so we need to have that in mind. So the singing and the dancing is wonderful, but underneath there needs to be messaging in all of this. And that is future generations and climate.
I'm thinking this is a very well-balanced trip, isn't it?
Yes, and my goodness, it needs to be. It cannot be a frivolous fairy tale of events going from country to country. There has to be messaging and agendas. We use that word a lot as well, and that's very good. But then there does also have to be the light as well. We can't be continuously be too serious. And I was just thinking now that it's lucky that Catherine, we keep saying Catherine doesn't have to wear that extraordinary ceremonial dress that the Queen wore as the head of state and the leader of the Commonwealth. She was asked and invited to open this parliaments in each of the countries she went to. So the state opening of parliament, and that meant she had to wear that dress, and that dress was very significant in the fact it had been sewn by, I think, several thousand seamstresses had had a part in it, and each Commonwealth country was represented on the dress and the train of the dress. But it was made from beautiful satin and stitching and beading and crystals, and nobody had anticipated on one of the state openings apartment, I think it was Ceylon, she sat under a canopy, but the canopy was very see-through, and the beating sun, she had to sit there for several hours, came down, and it actually burnt onto her skin because of the little tiny crystals and the sun, and she had these terrible burn marks all over her afterwards.
That is not glamorous at all. That's really suffering for your profession, eh?
Not glamorous at all.
Wow, I tell you, you know, but also, because people don't realize it, but the crown, particularly on Coronation Day, that's ridiculously heavy, isn't it?
And she has to practice wearing it. Just before her coronation, she put it on, and I think it weighs something like 7 pounds, and she had to practice walking around. She was in her normal cotton dress, her flowery cotton dress. She had that incredible crown on top of her, St. Stephen's crown.
Wow.
I don't think I'd like that job.
No, it's not easy.
No.
It's not easy.
You've got to be born to it, I think.
I tell you, you know, but it's been a really fascinating experience having you both here. You have brought really some very special moments for us all, and I think our viewers will really, really appreciate it. We have to take a break right now. We'll be back in a minute.
Visit William and Kate is brought to you by the Bahama Out Island Promotion Board. 2 fly free to the family islands. Visit bahamasresidents.com for details. The Royal Visit William and Kate is brought to you by J.S. Johnson. Peace of mind.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibility.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibility.
What? Check old girl, boy. You say she getting married? Oh, man, not again.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man's BTC home internet with this woman BTC mobile service in holy matrimony. So they'll pay half the price compared to the other guys.
What's wrong with you? Just let them...
Madam, do you have BTC mobile service?
I do.
So Sir, do you have BTC Home Internet to unite with our mobile service?
I do.
Get all the internet you want at half the price when you bundle your home internet and mobile service.
So, what services do you have? Me? I have BTC at home and on my phone.
Visit any BTC store to make the switch today.
At Bank of the Bahamas, we give you lots of reasons to love your life. We offer the lowest rates in the country on debt consolidation and consumer loans. And we help you save with our low-rate switch mortgages. Need a new car? Simply apply for a BOB auto loan and hit the road. And shopping is so easy with BOB credit and prepaid cards. It's time to live and laugh again. Love the life you live with BOB, your bank of solutions.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance, peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Well, welcome back. We are getting ready to close this portion of our broadcast. But before we do that, want to get some, because she will not be with us for the next part of this broadcast, regrettably. But India Hicks, you've made a wonderful contribution to this broadcast. And if we can just get some closing comments from you, please.
Well, I think that this has been an incredible display of the Bahamas at its very, very best. From Junkanoo to the greeting with coming off the aeroplane last night. You two were just talking about the interior of that plane, and now you've got me all excited. I hear that there's something fabulous on the inside of that plane.
It's quite lavish, yes.
Quite lavish. But I think one of the things that we have also seen is that actually this isn't an entirely lavish trip, and it's a trip with real meaning and intent, which is to bring the Queen's message of Commonwealth back into the Commonwealth. And these tours are needed every so often for us to remind that we're again in this together, as I keep saying. The Bahamas is in my heart and soul. I've chosen this as my country to live in. I raised my children here. And so it's been a great honor to sit here today and be part of this, because a bit of my English heritage and a lot of my Bahamian life has come together. So it's been really fun to sit here with you, Julian. Thank you very much for having me.
You exemplify bringing us together. That's interesting, you know. We thank you so much. It's been an honor to have you here as well, and continued blessings with what you are continuing to do. Now, Serena Williams, you will be with us.
I will be here.
Right?
Yes.
So we'll talk with
Today
you
and tomorrow.
a little later.
Yes.
But for those of you who are still with us, remember now that the Queen's Jubilee Regatta at Montague Beach is still happening. It's been delayed because of the rain, but it's still happening, and we will bring it to you live when it comes up, so stay tuned to the ZNS Network. We'll also have the Bahamas Tonight Northern Edition at 6:30 p.m. and the Bahamas Tonight National Report at 7 p.m. It's all on the ZNS Television Network. We'll see you soon.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
RBC has been growing with the Bahamas for over 110 years. We are committed to deepening our relationship with existing clients and forging new ones in the future. With investments in youth, education, and environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to helping you and our communities grow.
We're here to help you flourish. We're RBC.
RBC Royal Bank.
Of the Bahamas. Fly away.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
Discover the possibilities.
I discovered the possibilities.
I discovered the possibility.
Throughout our lifetime, we must all make decisions. No matter how we choose, the right one just needs to be made. Like having J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers as your insurance partner. We've been serving the Bahamas for over 100 years. Whether you need home, motor, marine, or commercial insurance, make the right decision. Call 397-2100 or visit jsjohnson.com.
JS Johnson Insurance. Peace of mind.
You're watching the ZNS Network, the People's Station.
Hello and welcome to the Commonwealth Youth Awards 2022. Hi, I'm Yolanda Brown, and it is my pleasure to welcome you and everyone watching around the Commonwealth to this, the 2022 Commonwealth Youth Awards. Now, for the second year running, the awards are being presented virtually as the COVID-19 pandemic and the uncertainty it creates continue